Hi. Hello. Hi. Um. Hi. Hello. My name is Pepper Wentz, and yeah, we're vibing. We're chilling. We're doing this. Sorry. I haven't just woke up. I woke up like 3 hours ago. No, it's been less than. I woke up 2 hours ago, and I have to order food because I didn't have. I wouldn't have time to cook and eat and set up the stream in 2 hours. So yeah, I have to speed run a lot of stuff. Dang, can't believe it. I am not a responsible streamer. Hello Thomas, hello Robin, and hello Crispy Applesauce. Welcome. Hope everyone is doing okay. Hope everyone is doing alright. Hope you had a great weekend. And you know, your Monday doesn't suck as much. Today's Monday, right? Today's Monday, right? Yeah, today's Monday. Should be Monday for most of my viewers, I think. Hello Mitch, welcome. No, I mean, I have to choose one more video, I think. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos. I need one more. Let me think about this. Alright, let me check on the Discord server if there is one more video that maybe we can react to today. How long is this one? I guess we can watch this one. Oh, this just came out. Interesting. Let's give it a chance. Yeah, you know, chat, some of the videos that are there, I already watched them. Because, you know, I like Yu-Gi-Oh! And sometimes I like to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos while I'm not streaming. But then I feel like, you know, I should have streamed that. That would have been fun. But not always. So, yeah. Let's get this ready. Ready. Okay, cool, amazing. Let's go to. Hey, hello, Diro Echo. Welcome. Does this work? Oh. Alright, we're ready. We're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything today. That's your favorite YouTuber, chat. You're always asking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything videos, but here they are. We're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything videos today. I don't know. I found it funny that there is a lot of chatters always asking about this. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I try not to peek at the Discord this week because I end up watching everything there before the stream, so I felt it. That's so funny. It's the YouTuber curse. It's like actually enjoying it. Damn. You know what? The videos that I watch like for pleasure, I guess, are the videos that I know they are not gonna be good for the stream, basically. Like they require that they're like part of a series, and if you don't watch it from the start, like it makes no sense. Like I love like loopholes and saga and those challenge videos. I love that. So at least that's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Content that I consume outside of stream. Yeah. Hello Laser, welcome. Starting off with one of my suggestions. Yes. We're finally watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything. This was in the thumbnail, right? I think this is the one that was in the thumbnail, if I remember correctly. So yeah, how's everyone? Oh yeah, I thought MasterChef was good, but it's definitely not reactable. Yeah, MasterChef, I also really liked it. I really liked it. I had it in my. I mean, I haven't watched every single one, but every now and then I watch some of those. They're really fun. And then right after you have to watch the Farfa crash out. you need to you watch MasterChef and then you go instantly go to watch the Farfa crash out about it, and then you watch the MBT reaction to Farfa's crash out. Dude, I'm so cooked, dude. What am I doing? What am I watching? What do I do with my? It's not free time. It's always like second monitor content for me. Sadly, I don't have time to actually see it and watch. That is reserved for Jujutsu Kaisen, which already ended, I guess. For Invincible. For what else am I watching? What other series am I watching? Let me think. I don't know. Watch the green video I sent yesterday. Green video. What green video? Green video. What the weather? You sent the video in Japanese. I don't know what you want me to do with that. I don't know. You sent the video in Japanese. All green video? Wait, what the? Interesting. I don't know. It's just a combo, no commentary. Alright, let's start with that one. Since it's just short. It's 4 minutes. So what are we watching here? Exodia? Oh, we didn't have volume. The crash is the best part. Exactly. Actually, starting with the thumbnail video, he's learning, chat. Well, we already messed it up. Is this is new, right? So you can do this right now. It's the same ban list in the like for everyone in masterduel. Oh, I think we saw this in like Pablo like for in the DC like duel in the DC Cup against this deck, I think. If not this one, a very similar one. But do you see a new Silo for Icalco summon in Duel Links? I don't know anything about Duel Links. If it's chicken game, it's Exodia. Not necessarily, it can be other things too. But seems to be Exodia, right? Or what else could it be? We haven't seen a single piece, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush is somehow the third longest Yu-Gi-Oh! Spin-off series. What? Really? Right behind 5Ds? Which is the longest one? Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is the longest one, really? Yu-Gi-Oh! Spin-off 180 episodes. And most of those last mostly 1 to 2 episodes long. Oh. Huh. It's fine if you don't know Duel Links, but they released a seal, a summoning monster animation. Interesting. No, like what I mean is like sometimes I get asked about Duel Links, and I'm like, dude, I don't know anything about Duel Links. Like every time that something Duel Links happen, assume I don't know anything about it. This is so interesting. This is just Sky Striker, right? How is your opponent getting more LP? All spell deck? Wait, it's just an all spell deck? Then what is the point of this? If there is no Exodia? Like, what is the win condition? Is there another win condition here? Is it this? The quiz thing? I think the quiz did something if you guess the card that you're gonna draw, something like that? Is it? I don't remember. Recently we got Alistair from Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters into Duel Links, along with Anime Ace Monsters, Air Fortress Secret. Oh. Okay, we're sending everything to the graveyard. Then what are we doing? Oh, it makes the LP be the same. Okay. No, swap LP? It swaps LP and then takes 500 damage. Michael Pendant is always used for evil. Bruh. Funny. Funny. Alright, chat, let's start. Let's start. Which... Hold on, let me drink water. Okay. Reversal quiz. Which protagonist main ace was used the most in duels? Some long drink? Hey, I like my water. Black pendant for game, I forget about it. Yeah, that's evil. I mean, I would try to do that engine just to get Exodia, not to do that, but... Which protagonist's main ace was used the most? Wait, hold on. Which protagonist's main ace was used in the most duels? Let's watch.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan from
Wait, hold on. It's a little louder.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So, much like a lot...
Okay, hold on. Let me try again. Which protagonist's main ace... Okay. Which protagonist's main ace was used in the most duels? Let's watch.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So, much like a lot of the videos I have done recently, this is another one that is kind of a...
I like that for the most losses, we have Chaz in here. So true. So true. Oh, what happened?
Pointless video, but one of those that really does make you think, at least to me.
Wait, longest win streak sounds already cool.
I'm always curious and fascinated by different stats in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I really do want to kind of get into those kinds of videos. And so in this video, we are actually going to be looking at which protagonist's main ace monster has been used the most throughout the entire history.
What do you think it will be? I don't think it should be... Well, it's a series that has the most episodes, right? It will be, and Jaden is also one of the protagonists that has the most duels. But Neos didn't appear in the first season, so it shouldn't count, right? Hello, you say? Do fusions count? The ace monster, right? The ace monster. I don't know. I think it might be tied between Yugi or Yusei. Yugi didn't duel that much, so I don't think it will be Yugi.
Of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. So it is important to note that some characters do have multiple aces, but we really are just looking at what's considered the main ace. So for Yusei, that's obviously Stardust Dragon. Is Junk Warrior another ace that he has?
Gold Rush wasn't out, only a few episodes. Okay, this is from 3 years ago. Okay.
Absolutely, but we are only looking at Stardust Dragon for Yusei Fudo. Two characters where I actually am looking at two different aces are Judai and Yusaku. Judai, Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, was his ace for the first third of the show before being replaced by Neos, and Playmaker was always the debate of Decode Talker and Firewall Dragon. Had Firewall Dragon not been banned, it probably would have been Firewall, but yeah, those are the exceptions to the one ace per character that we are looking at. We are
so what are we counting? We're counting Neos and also playing Wingman, or are we counting the two of them?
Also looking at only one summon per duel, meaning if there was a duel where Stardust Dragon was summoned 4 times because it kept getting sent to the grave or, you know, whatever the case was, we are only counting that as one duel. We are looking at how many times each ace was summoned per duel, and so if an ace monster was summoned outside of a duel for any weird reason, we're not counting that as well. We are also not counting variants, so we're not counting Utopia's variants or Firewall Exceed Dragon or anything like that. We are looking at the main ace monsters. Just as a reminder, it's Dark Magician, Neos, Flame Wingman, Stardust Dragon, Utopia, Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, Decode Talker and Firewall, and Seven's Road Magician. Without further ado, let's begin. I hope you guys enjoy. Coming in last is Playmaker's ace, Decode Talker, which was summoned in 11 different duels. So Decode Talker was kind of interesting because it was summoned 9 times in the first 46 episodes, but after that, it was only summoned twice.
He got power crept. SMH.
In the entire post-season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Thank you, Keys, for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to stream.
Decode Talker was summoned against Kusanagi and in the final duel against Ai, but other than that, it was only summoned primarily in that first season. And if you think it's because Firewall Dragon replaced Decode Talker, you're absolutely wrong. Firewall Dragon was summoned a total of 5 times.
What? 5 times? How is this an ace if it's been summoned 5 times?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. In fact, one of those was against Go's Bounty Hunter, so I don't even know if that one really should count. It was summoned against Revolver in both of the Master Duels.
Is the quality of the video? Oh, okay. It's my internet or something. I just realized. I thought it was like using. I thought the video was using like low quality things. I didn't realize. Whoops.
Akira and Go, and of course the Bounty Hunter. And episode 82 was the last appearance for Firewall Dragon, so Playmaker definitely had a lot of variety when it came to his aces, and these two are incredibly low compared to some of the other ones on this list. Number 6.
Yeah, it's for the base mains. It's for the original monsters, not like different forms of them. Hello, Jackmaker. Welcome. I like to consider the Flame Wingman was his pseudo-boss monster before he was Neos. Yeah, I believe it's Neos. I feel like, yeah.
Dark Magician, which was summoned in 23 different duels.
Oh, wait, 23? Well, see, that is a real number. That makes sense.
Dark Magician has a lot of summons that I'm not counting. I'm not counting any of the times he was used in the movies, which happened quite a bit. I'm not counting the summons that happened when Yami Yugi was versing the Great Leviathan or when he was in that virtual world post-Duelist Kingdom. I'm not counting the time Arcana summoned him because it's really just one Dark Magician being summoned, even though, you know, there's maybe a couple of variants to it. And I'm not counting the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime where it appeared twice. So Dark Magician is maybe low on this list, but there are a lot of summons that I'm not counting because I don't think they fit the criteria of this duel. And even though it is second last on this list, it still more than doubles Playmaker's Decode Talker in appearances. Number 5 is Seven's Road Magician, which was summoned in 25 different duels. So I was kind of surprised Seven's Road Magician was not near the bottom.
I didn't even know this guy. I didn't even know this guy. I don't know.
And that's because Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's is the shortest Yu-Gi-Oh! To date, but I probably shouldn't be too surprised by this anymore because Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's had a good amount of duels in it because it focuses on rush duels, which take much quicker to complete than your traditional master duels. So Seven's Road Magician was summoned 25 times, and if you look at the arc layout, it's a little creepy. Each arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's is about 13 episodes on the dot, and Yuga summoned Seven's Road Magician in all 8 duels in the opening arc, and after that, it was a healthy and consistent dosage of 3 times in every single arc. Arc number 2, all the way through arc number 7, not counting arc number 5. So Seven's Road Magician is very consistently summoned throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's, although its greatest cluster of appearances is absolutely in that first arc, and it was used 25 different times by Odo Yuga throughout 7's. Coming in fourth, Stardust Dragon, which appeared in 27 different duels.
Wait, it's so close, right? Like, what was it, 23 for the Dark Magician? It was like 23, then 25 and 27. It's really close. Do you think the number 1 is gonna have like an insane number, like 50 or something? It is possible, I guess.
Dragon is
probably gonna be like, I don't know how. I mean, I know Neos was summoned a lot, right? I don't know about Neos will win. It's probably Neos. I don't know. I don't know how often is Utopia is summoned. I actually don't know.
really interesting because it
Hello,
only
hello.
had one appearance in the first 22 episodes. The beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Stardust Dragon was really not utilized all that much until Yusei really used it against Aki and then throughout the Dark Signers arc. It was summoned only 9 times in the first 64 episodes, and you can imagine how many times it was summoned after the Dark Signers arc. Stardust Dragon became a much more consistent staple in the latter half of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I'm also not counting all of the riding duels as separate duels, so like Yusei versus Team Ragnarok only counts as one time Stardust Dragon was summoned, not 3 different times if he went up against 3 different opponents. And I don't
Sorry, I need to say this. This is very cool how like we have consistent rules. Like everything makes sense. Like we're not making exceptions. We're not doing anything. These are all consistent rules. I like that. Hello, Lucario. Welcome, welcome.
think that was the case with Ragnarok. I'm just giving out a hypothetical. Stardust Dragon was actually summoned by 2 other characters as well, that being Jack Atlas and Aki, who summoned him once each. Number 3, Elemental Hero Neos, which appeared 34 times, and get this, Flame Wingman, which appeared 34 times as well.
What? That is so cool, dude. That is so we will always have this debate between Flame Wingman. This is not Flame Wingman, and Neos. That is so funny. The never-ending debate.
Now, I have gone back and looked at this data. I even got a couple of people to fact check me. So these numbers are very accurate. There might be a couple of, duels that I missed or maybe overcounted in, but it was really, really weird that Elemental Hero Neos and Flame Wingman both appeared in the same exact amount
That's
of duels.
awesome.
That's probably one of the freakier things that I've ever seen when compiling stats for a fun video like this. Elemental Hero Neos, which is Judai's true ace, didn't make its debut until episode 62, which is by far the latest episode debut we have ever had for any anime ace. I mean, for Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's...
Yeah, this definitely hurts, because, like, I was thinking Neos is in, like, every episode, dude. It's basically in every duel. The thing is, like, he doesn't appear, like, until much later. So, yeah, that's the thing.
That show was already 2/3 completed by the time episode 62 came around. It is crazy how late Judai got Neos in GX, and Flame Wingman was there for Judai throughout the entirety of GX. It's creepy that they both appear with 34 appearances, and I think this was probably most people's pick for number 1 or number 2. It was definitely mine just because of the amount of duels that Judai had, so I was a little surprised that this didn't even crack the top 2. Both of these come in number 3.
All of these come. We're gonna talk about the other videos after this reaction.
Number 2, Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon, which appeared in...
I always assume 38 different duels, so the number 1 is Utopia. Interesting. But, like, I have always had the feeling that the Odd Eyes Pendulum, like, Dragon had, like, different forms. But I guess the original one is always summoned first? I don't know, I thought, like, there were, like, different versions of it. But what do I know?
38 different duels. You could argue that Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon, along with the number 1 monster on this list, had the most consistent output of any of the ace monsters on this list. There were large gaps for Stardust Dragon. Seven's Road Magician is heavily skewed towards the beginning of the show. There were large gaps, of course, for Neos and for Decode Talker and Firewall. Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon was very consistent throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It was a staple monster that Yuya summoned in, I feel like, almost all of his duels, and so it's really not surprising to see it so high up on this list, but it does just miss out on being the ace monster that has been summoned in the most amount of duels by just a little bit. The ace monster that has appeared in the most amount of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime duels is Utopia from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, which has appeared 43 times. This was mostly summoned by Yuma.
It's not exactly, like, 43 times. It's not, like, that much than the other ones. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it is, right? But I don't know. That makes sense.
However, it was summoned by Astral on 3 different occasions, and it was even summoned by Bronk and Flip. I forgot that Flip actually summoned this in the very, very early stages of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal against Yuma, but all of those do count, and it does lead Utopia to be the most utilized ace monster that we have ever seen. Utopia was...
Okay, but it's boosted by being summoned by other people. Interesting.
My pick for number 1 or 2. I had this and Neos kind of both near the top, so it's not all that surprising that Utopia is up here. I think actually a big criticism of Yuma's dueling that I've seen from a lot of people is that a lot of his duels felt very repetitive and they felt very similar, and so maybe people that have that criticism when it comes to Yuma's duels aren't entirely wrong, with Utopia appearing 43 times.
The numbers.
That's 4 times the amount that
Don't
Decode
lie.
appeared, and it's almost double the amount that aces like Stardust, Dark Magician, and Seven's Road Magician all appeared as well. So maybe Yuma could have used a little more variety when it came to his duels, but I do feel like there were a lot of variants of Utopia and a lot of really cool Xyz monsters Yuma used on a pretty regular basis, to the point where I didn't really have that criticism regarding him, but I do remember that was a pretty big talking point of a lot of people that were not really too high on the duel writing when it came to Zexal and Yuma, and so maybe they do have a little bit of a point.
Sorry, I've never seen this character. What is this?
However, regardless of your opinion on it, you cannot take away the statistical fact that Utopia is the most summoned and
I like this image. I like this image. Flame Wingman and Elemental 34 times. 38. It's very contested. Like, I don't know why, like, Chad, you thought that Dark Magician was like the number 1. I guess it's because we're not counting a lot of duels, right? But still, I don't know, kind of weird. Yeah, he used Utopia to rank up to other new cool monsters. Oh, so it was always like the starter thing. That's what I thought was the case with Pendulum Dragon. But I guess it needs to, yeah.
most utilized ace monster that we have ever seen in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. And that about wraps it up. Thank you guys so much for watching. Video. I know a lot of people will probably say you should have included Junk Warrior as an honorable mention, and some other monsters maybe that were secondary aces, but I really did want to stick to the primary aces. The only reason I counted Judai for 2 different aces and Playmaker for 2 different aces were explained in the beginning, and hopefully you kind of, understand my reasoning and rationale on it. But let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think there's any correlation between the amount of times an ace monster is utilized and the dueling quality of that character? Do you prefer more variety, or do you just mark out every time you see a traditional ace monster summoned in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel? Let me
at least in my opinion, like for like Jaden, which is my goat, Neos makes more sense because Neos is always used to summon something different, right? So it makes sense that it's always the same guy being summoned. It's always the same guy being summoned every duel, but it's part of a different strategy, right? It's always to get something different with a different effect, so to serve a different function in the duel, right? I don't know if that's the case for the other ones. I assume it is to some extent, but I really like that. I don't know. Stardust Dragon does that, no, right? Stardust Dragon is always Stardust Dragon, right? I need to watch this. Yeah.
Let me know your thoughts on that down below in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. A special thank you to my Platinum tier patrons, Panther J, Blue Maiden 28, and Jarrett Bueller, and to my Diamond tier patrons, Jesse Wood and Latrell Smith, and to my Egyptian God tier patrons, Kakapakapoo and Sin Cloud. To everyone who supports me on Patreon and to everyone who is a YouTube channel member, thank you so much. The extra support means the world to me, and it allows me to make videos on a semi-daily basis, and I am forever indebted to you guys. Seriously, thank you so much. And definitely check out my channel membership feature and my Patreon for some extra channel perks.
He's playing
thank you guys
Yu-Gi-Oh!
all
games.
So much for watching. Please leave your thoughts down below in the comment section. Be sure to check out my channel for some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime content, and I hope you have an amazing day. Take care, guys.
Chad, would you still like me if I play other games that weren't Yu-Gi-Oh? Sometimes he goes into Shooting Star Dragon, but it's more often stays as Stardust. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stardust has a couple of variations and evolutions in 5Ds. Yeah, but they are not that common, right? Terra Firma. Oh yeah, Terra Firma is like from the manga. Yeah, so we're obviously not talking about manga here. Yeah. Stardust had a couple. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Cool video. I liked it. I like the numbers. Very cool analysis. Very concise too. So yeah, thank you for recommending. All right, chat. What were the questions? Chat, Hello everyone. Welcome. My name is Pepper Wentz. I like Yu-Gi-Oh. I like Yu-Gi-Oh. I do everything Yu-Gi-Oh in this stream. I just wanted to let everyone know that when we're reacting to something, I will probably like keep it into the reaction, keep like the topic on the reaction, so that we can upload it to YouTube, so that we can have a nice concise video, right? So if I'm reacting to something, I will appreciate it if you ask about your or suggestions or other things like in between reactions, right? So we can keep like everything nice and clean. So yeah, don't worry, Fergus, I understand. So you told me to if we will watch the 7 levels of Yu-Gi-Oh. I already watched it. I didn't react to it on stream because I thought it wasn't going to be like a video to react to exactly, and maybe I was mistaken. I asked about it on the Discord server. I watched it, then I shared it on the Discord server, and I asked everyone, "Hey, what is your level there?" Maybe we can watch it another time after some time has passed, so that it's not as fresh in my head right now, so we can have a proper reaction. Because I think it was a cool video. I think it will be like a shitpost. I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting like a shitpost, which obviously nothing wrong with that. What I meant is like I expected like a comedy video, but no, it was a really serious video about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. So we can watch it later. Not today. Probably in a future stream. You say Stardust Spark Dragon was his ace in the 5Ds manga? Stardust Spark Dragon, that's a different one. Enigma exposing a massive fraud in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. Did you share it? Also, have I reacted to Crispy Applesauce videos? I already watched I watch every Crispy Applesauce video, right? He's up there in my favorite Yu-Gi tubers, definitely. You know what I like about Crispy Applesauce? Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Every time, because I like the
and I hope you have an amazing
what
day.
Happened? Okay. Hold on, let me pause this. Why is my PC like kinda slow right now? I don't know. I hope this doesn't get the video muted, but you know, it's worth it. Every time that I get into the magic part of the video, I'm like this.
2, please.
Wait, hold on.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Yeah, that's what I say every time that I watch Crispy Applesauce video. Anyways. So I already watched the latest video. It was really fun. Would I watch it again on stream? Probably not. Like as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, when we go into the magic part of the video, it's like, oh yeah, I just don't understand anything. I'm just there sitting. I like your funny words, Magic Man, and that's it. That's why I don't react to it on stream, even though I really like the videos. It will be really hard to react to it because when we go into the magic part of the video, I have no idea what's going on, right? I'm just sitting there like enjoying like how funny he is, yeah. But like I don't know. If Crispy Applesauce want to teach me like about magic, I will, right? But like watching in the video is kind of hard to do. So yeah. Let's watch this one. But first, let's run a quick ad. Wait, so that we don't get interrupted. Wait, let me get the music again. Why am I feel like I'm... Did you feel like I rush a little bit? That I like talk like too much, and I get into I don't know how to explain it.
You know, like
I feel like I rush a little bit, and I'm like panic a lot, and I try to say everything quickly, and probably it end up being, you know, more confusing than anything. Play Leo music, bro. Why? You know what? I don't appreciate Firgan. I don't appreciate how like you say, do this and do that instead of, hey, what do you think of this, right? It feels like I'm like a clown here. I don't know how else to put it. Like, streamer, do this. Streamer, VTuber. Yeah. So I would appreciate it if you don't do that. Thank you. But yeah, sorry, I accidentally derailed I accidentally derailed Nova's stream when I was AFK by existing and felt super bad. What? Context? Wait, sorry, what do you mean? What is the context of this? Derail Nova stream? Let me see. Wait, why is this? Oh, okay. I have too many tabs open or something. I don't know what. I don't know. Is it the tabs? What is it? Oh my god, we lost. It was partially my bad. What? Where's the context? What? To give it a, like someone brought up my video in her chat last night while I was AFK and came back to her whole chat pinging me and doing damage control. That's so funny. Ah, interesting. Okay, bro, I apologize about the way I have been speaking to you. Okay, thank you so much, Firgon. Thank you so much for understanding. And yeah, sorry if I make it sound too serious. It's just like, yeah. I'm just a little guy, you know. Oh, I see. So the chat. Well, that's not your fault, right? That is just the chat sometimes being excited about. Like I want to say random stuff. It's not exactly random. I assume it was in some way on topic, but you know what I mean. Anyways, let's watch this video. Let's watch this video.
They kind of had a target on me.
How a stolen Yu-Gi-Oh deck made one man a millionaire. Let's watch.
You know, like they kind of had a target on me, and I lost my deck like 5 minutes before the match started.
Imagine that you're
5 minutes.
6-1 at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament with prizes worth thousands of dollars on the line. You sit down to play the final round of the day, confident that you're about to make the top cut of the tournament. But as you reach into your backpack, you feel something missing. Something extremely important.
Dude, I hate when this happens. Yeah, like, don't you feel always like panicking when you don't find your phone in wherever you put it, in your pockets or whatever, and you don't instantly find it, and you're like, oh, it's so over. My life is over. Like, it's done. Like, there is no... Imagine, like, with a deck in a tournament like this, it would probably be worse in a way. I don't know. It depends on the person, right? But yeah, it feels horrible.
Someone has stolen your deck. This is exactly what would happen to Jay Kim, a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player who, up until this point, was one of the most well-known names in the scene. A player with impressive accolades, a distinguished reputation, and a community of fans. But on this day, his life would change forever. Not only would he lose his expensive cards, but without a deck, his entire tournament would suddenly be at stake. Yet this nightmare could only get far worse than he could have ever imagined. For moments later, Jay Kim himself would get disqualified and banned
Banned? Why banned?
from the game that he loved. But in a shocking turn of events, this tragedy would later turn out to be the best possible thing to happen to him. Now,
What?
I know this sounds pretty confusing so far, and you're probably wondering why the victim of a theft would get punished. Well, before we get to this, first allow me to provide some context about Jay Kim. Jay's Yu-Gi-Oh career started over 20 years ago at the very beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! He would grow up watching the show in the early 2000s and quickly acclimated himself to the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene in his home of Fullerton, South California, frequenting popular card stores like Comic Odyssey. These stores would hold some
Never
of
heard
the
of it.
first ever competitive Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments after
Dude, this should be so nostalgic, right? These are the days. What is this? What format is this? I don't know. The cards always get stuck and make me think I lost them, and I play some cards that are really hard to replace. So I lose my what, Dyson Sphere, C9 Dyson Sphere on the day of a tourney. I am done. Yeah, I can imagine. My friend has his deck stolen like this. It sucks. We found his backpack in the garbage can outside. Jesus! Wow. Well, obviously, I'm not victim blaming, but like, you should be really careful with your stuff in these things, because this, like, your cards are like so valuable and so easy to steal. So yeah, you have, like, everyone has to be very careful with these things. I know it seems like you trust everyone because it's like a local store or whatever, and it's a community event, but you never know, right? The people that are there, you never truly know anyone, so you should always be careful.
the release of the game's very first set, The Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Starter Deck Yu-Gi and Kaiba. With the show's popularity, the game would be extremely prominent in the area, leading to the SoCal scene being among the strongest concentration of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh players, with each local tournament comprising a gauntlet of the most skillful duelists on the face of the earth. Now, early formats of the game revolved around potent cards such as the Holy Trinity in the form of Pot of Greed, Delinquent Duo, and Graceful Charity, alongside calamitous game enders like the Blackluster Soldier and the Chaos Emperor Dragon, cards that would all eventually become forbidden in competitive play because they were so powerful. Now, these cards were very rare and expensive, and at the time, not every player in your average local scene would have access to all of them. In fact, most players would be considered formidable if they even had 1 or 2 copies in their deck. But at the local tournaments that Jay would frequent, these rare cards were a basic necessity that everyone would have access to.
What? Everyone was rich in this?
highlighting just how competitive the area was. But you know what else is competitive? The sponsor of today's video,
Oh.
FlexiSpot, and their E7 Plus standing desk. With a
That's
4-leg and frame
competitive?
construction that has a weight capacity of 540 pounds. It can lift up to 51.57 inches, the highest 4-leg standing desk you can buy, which is way higher than other desks like the Uplift V2. The average Yu-Gi-Oh player from Jay's era had a lot of back problems, so they would have appreciated this.
Okay, I ironically will love one of those.
It's extremely stable and resistant to wobbling, and can completely sustain a
Whoa.
blubberous Yu-Gi-Oh player like myself. The E7 Plus has a 15-year warranty and a 30-day risk-free return. It's budget-friendly, giving you nearly the same experience as
Wait, whoa. What did you
warranty
say?
and a 30-day risk-free return. It's budget-friendly, giving you nearly the same experience as other standing desks on the market that are thousands of dollars. They also have great chairs like the FlexiSpot C7, with some of the most flexible adjustability on the market. It's got a 3D adjustable headrest that can sculpt itself up and down and in all sorts of different directions. The
Nice.
backrest and lumbar support are some of the key features. It supports and molds to your body whether you're leaning back or sitting up, and the lumbar support clicks into place to keep your lower back comfy.
Okay, Chad, you know what? We're getting already like derailed, but like I really need a new chair. Do you every time like in my reactions you can hear the chair? Wait, you cannot hear it now. Wait, you cannot hear it anymore. Okay, well, whatever.
And if you get the cushion like mine, it's extremely comfortable with a strong memory foam construction that's really soft and resistant to deformation. Perfect for my swampy Yu-Gi-Oh cheeks. FlexiSpot is having a
swampy
mega sales
Yu-Gi-Oh
promotion
cheeks.
right now, and you can use my code for $50 off. They also have special discounts for military, students, doctors, and more. Click on my
What?
link in the description below to check it out. Being a
What
highly
about discounts for Yugi tours? The ads are working on him. You know what's a funny thing about it? Like I will never buy it because I don't have money, but I would love to have it. I would love to have it. But I sadly cannot afford it at the time. I didn't even check the price, right? But like, you know, I can get an idea already.
competitive individual, Jay would quickly hone his skills, testing against the most well-known players at the time like Eric Wu, Tirasak Punsambat, and Wilson Luke, who comprised of Team Comic Odyssey, one of the strongest teams in the early Yu-Gi-Oh era. And it turns out when you're a punching bag for the strongest players in the world, you get pretty strong yourself.
Exactly. That's the cool part of it. You actually learn from it. Do you know that phrase? Like if you get around like wise people, you eventually get wiser or whatever. I don't know how to say it in English.
Jay Kim quickly demonstrated that he was a considerable force when it came to competition. He would finish in the top 8 of multiple regional tournaments, granting him recognition throughout the SoCal scene. But regionals were only a stepping stone to the SJCs or the Shonen Jump Championships, a circuit of high-tier events throughout the country that would draw only the strongest players. He would travel to these events early on, making friends from all over and even forming his own team known as Team Savage. At the same time, he began to document his journey and write guides for the game, contributing articles to metagame.com and Pojo, the two most popular pages at the time for Yu-Gi-Oh strategy. His first taste
I'm clueless. I literally never heard of this.
of professional success would be a second-place finish at SJC Charlotte during the well-known Go Control format after winning 10 matches in a row, with a unique zombie deck that aimed to counter the popular Chaos-based Scapegoat control decks, which utilized Metamorphosis to evolve their tokens into the Thousand Eyes Restrict.
Oh, that's the strategy.
Boss Monster, the Vampire Lord, was an integral card that would resurrect itself on the following turn after being destroyed by a card effect, playing extremely well into popular removal traps like Torrential Tribute, Mirror Force, Ring of Destruction, and Sakuretsu Armor, trap cards that every deck would play at the time. Pyramid Turtle was a beefy recruiter who could summon any zombie from the deck when it was destroyed by battle, including the Zombie Lord, thereby bypassing the restriction of having to sacrifice a monster to summon him. Most importantly, the deck had its own built-in Monster Reborn, a card that was already banned for being too powerful, in the form of Book of Life. It would resurrect a zombie from his own graveyard in exchange for the soul of a monster in the opponent's, which would permanently be removed from the game.
Wait,
the
that's
perfect
huge.
way to cut them off from light monsters so neither the Blackluster Soldier nor the other Chaos monsters could be easily summoned. He would also pioneer the usage of Trap Dust Shoot, a card that was never played before. It would reveal the opponent's entire hand and shuffle back any monster to the deck, exposing building their entire strategy on the spot. He would then combine it with a Mind Crush to call any other card name and force the opponent to discard it, effectively destroying their hand. This would be dubbed the Crush Shoot combo, with Trap Dust Shoot becoming a staple for formats to come before it was finally banned. And for modern day players of the 2005 Go Control format, 3 Trap Dust Shoot became standard in almost every deck. Jay's innovation resulted in this strategy being the sole zombie deck in the top 8, while the rest of the players utilized Go Control, though he would narrowly lose in the finals to another pro player, Anthony Alvarado from Team Overdose, one of the top teams in the nation.
I didn't know how good Anthony was. I thought I was a lot better than him. You know, I was pretty cocky back in the day, so.
In the following month, Jay's thirst for redemption would land him in the top 4 of SJC Seattle, this time with a unique Warrior toolbox deck that focused on pure aggression, playing the DD Warrior monsters to swing for big damage and remove threats at the same time.
Hello, Jagger. Welcome.
Though the Warrior deck wasn't anything new, he would still add his own twist, using protective tech cards like My Body as a Shield to beat Bottomless Trap Hole, Robin Goblin to destroy his opponent's hand, and even a copy of the Big Shield Gardna as an unexpected layer of defense, showing that he wasn't afraid to be creative, and even cards that had never seen play before would find its way into Jay's repertoire.
I got in the finals in Charlotte, and I got in the top 4 in Seattle in a row, like back to back, and I think only Ryan Hayakawa and Wilson Luke had done that at the time, so I was pretty proud of myself. Like, I felt like, you know, I was up in elite company with them.
And as Jay's success grew, so did his popularity online. His article guides were
Okay, but do we need this much context? I feel like I was watching a video about a stolen Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? I was expecting something about the whole situation. We're almost 8 minutes in, and we just get context of who the guy is. Which obviously cool to know, right? But that is not what I clicked in for.
Were among the most popular on Pojo, and he would eventually launch his own personal blog site with further content. He would provide insight on the metagame from a pro player's perspective, something that was hard to find elsewhere because the other pros would keep the secrets among themselves. And his opinion would quickly become valued, for this was a time before social media, with blogs and forums being the only means of discussion. Jay had become one of the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh content creators at a time when content was nothing more than just words on a webpage. Aside from the game itself, Jay used his platform to praise the players whom he deemed worthy, but also was quick to call out those he felt were less than honorable. From Rule Sharks to cheaters, and even Upper Deck and Konami, the tournament organizers.
I've been good friends with every top Yu-Gi-Oh player, and the amount of like dirty things I've seen, you know, it's just overwhelming, you know? Like, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh is serious business.
So needless to say, behind the curtain of fans, he would still make enemies, which would eventually come back to bite him. Also, if you guys are enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and touch that like button. With his mastery of the game, he would also apply his competitive mindset to other aspects of life, like academics. Jay studied English and creative writing at UC Berkeley, which complemented his articles, ultimately with a goal to attend law school. He would also play poker as a side hobby, something that would prove to be extremely rewarding in the future. Throughout the next few years...
Is this what the story is? That he got banned from Yu-Gi-Oh, started playing poker, and started making money? And that's why getting his deck stolen was good for him?
Jay continued to attend events, though he wouldn't place as strongly as before since he had largely shifted focus towards his studies and also embraced the role of writing content for the game. However, he and his teammates were still known for their innovation, pioneering fresh ideas that would both shock and excite the Yu-Gi-Oh community.
I've always run original stuff. I always run my own spin on things. If you take a unique deck and like make it your own, then you know that can make you last forever.
Jay would attend Yu-Gi-Oh Championship Columbus with his close friend Hugo Adame during a near Tier 0 format after the release of Phantom Darkness. This set introduced the all-powerful Darkron Dragon, leveraging its effect to banish dark monsters from the graveyard to desecrate the field, only to immediately bring them back with a return from a different dimension to end the game in one explosive turn.
That's huge.
They knew that the whole room would be playing the Darkron return deck. Yet instead of conforming to the masses, the pair utilized a control-based strategy to shut down Darkron Dragon's effect. with the Destiny hero Plasma. As long as Plasma was on the field, it would negate all of the opponent's monster effects. Now, obviously with a powerful effect like this, Plasma would no doubt have its own drawbacks. Like the God cards, it required 3 monster sacrifices instead of the typical 2, so the deck would need to play cards like the Phantom Skyblaster and Fires of Doomsday to spawn tokens that would easily fulfill this requirement, but it gets even spicier because yugioh's deck would include a copy of the Crush Card Virus, a prize card that was only
BMG Matt. Oh, Jesus, I didn't
given out to
realize.
the winners of said championship events, which fetched a hefty price of over $10,000 at the time. This was the level that Jay and his friends had attained. While other players struggled with even getting one lone copy of the $300 Dark Armed Dragon, Jay and his circle had access to the rarest cards in the far deep end of the
Why? Oh, look at this. This looks this.
card pool. And at the events, Jay became a celebrity. His presence would turn heads, with many players approaching him and asking to get their cards signed.
Find the
Often ones that were
protagonist
used
meme.
by Jay in the past, like the Vampire Lord. Though the pair would lose early on in the tournament, one notable incident would come out of it. You see, after the event, Jay would go online and post a
Actual Kaiba briefcase scenario. That's so funny.
tournament report accusing a prior champion, Jason Holloway, of cheating, with a section of his article titled "My Encounter with the Dirtiest Player in Yu-Gi-Oh!" They would face
Wow,
off in
that's
round
huge.
4, where
Clickbait
Jay
title.
would find that Holloway somehow opened the perfect hands in both games. Not to mention he would act erratically while shuffling, and also stalled for extra time to assess his moves, with Jay even giving him the nickname Stallaway in the article. He would later spectate Holloway throughout the tournament and notice a similar pattern. Of course, a wild accusation from someone at Jay's caliber would put scrutiny on Holloway in the future, giving him a reputation for his shady antics, which also led to a significant amount of drama online, with a 13-page thread filled with tea on the Pojo forums that culminated in a match of he said she said between the friends of Holloway and most of the community behind Jay. As he wrote more articles, Jay would continue calling out more pro players whom he felt was shady or cheaters. He would also divulge his dissatisfaction with how certain championship events were run, citing greed on Upper Deck, the tournament organizers at the time, for overcharging entry fees, a lack of security, and overall mismanagement. But as time passed, Jay's outspokenness became one of his notable traits, which was taken note of not only by his fans, but also those who he rebuked, leading him to slowly make enemies.
Can you mind the enemies? It's just like Marek and the Rare Hunters. They are planning what to do with him.
in the background.
So I was playing Gladiator Beasts at Gen Con Indy, and I lost my deck like 5 minutes before the match started. So like I kind of panicked, I didn't want to get dropped.
2 years later, Jay Kim would attend the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Indianapolis. This was among a new circuit of championships that replaced the previously known Shonen Jump Championships, and just like the SJCs, they would give out powerful prize cards to the winner. Now this event happened to take place in the same hall as Gen Con, a large tabletop gaming convention. Jay would enter with the Gladiator Beasts, a deck that he had taken to innovate throughout the past few formats. The mechanic revolved around beast-type monsters that could tag themselves out for a different gladiator each time they successfully attacked. And upon tag-in, each gladiator beast would reward the user with a beneficial effect, with Gladiator Beast Bestiari destroying an opposing spell or trap card, Murmillo destroying a monster, Equest adding a Gladiator Beast card back from the graveyard, Darius reviving a monster, and so on. But in addition to singular combat, the Gladiator Beasts could also combine themselves into powerful fusion monsters via contact fusion, a new mechanic that required the controller to simply shuffle back the materials from their field to their deck, foregoing the usage of polymerization, a card that was previously mandatory for fusing monsters together.
Isn't that really cool? This wasn't one of the first like archetypes that was actually good, right? And this is what made Yu-Gi-Oh! What it is right now, right? That's how it works, right?
Gladiator Beast Gazaris could destroy any 2 cards on the field, and could then tag out for 2 other Gladiator Beast monsters after attacking, while Heraklinos could negate and destroy spell and trap cards. Gladiator Beast War Chariot would then protect them from destructive monster effects, and being a counter trap, it could negate them even during the damage step. Though far from the strongest deck when compared to the destructive X-Saber strategy that could rip the opponent's hand away, the terrifying graveyard-based Infernity that could put up multiple negations, and the Frog FTK deck that could win on the first first turn with a barrage of frogs launched at the opponent's face, Jay's skill and expertise would still bring him to a 6-1 record with only one final round remaining in the day. He
Gladiator's beasts were a whole level above everything at the time? Okay, that makes perfect sense.
would only need to win 3 more rounds on the next day to guarantee himself into the top 32 cutoff bracket that would ultimately determine the winner. But things would take an unexpected turn. On August 7th, 2010, at approximately 7:54 p.m., Jay sat down at a table with his friends, relaxing as they waited for the pairings to be announced for round 8. When the announcement was made, he got up and grabbed his bag. But something felt off. The bag was a lot lighter, and as he reached into it, Jay's face went pale. His deck box was missing. Not just any deck box, but a deck box filled with some of the most expensive cards at maximum rarity that would fetch a premium on the market.
Hold on, I need to address this.
Filled with some of the most
Okay, Metatech Fortress Dragon.
expensive cards at maximum rarity that would fetch a premium on the market. Some cards that weren't even his because he'd borrowed them from his local stores. But most importantly, without his deck, he wouldn't be able to play the last round of the tournament, which was literally starting in the next minute. Though there were vendors in the venue, there was no time to replace the cards without conceding the round. A costly punishment that would risk ruining his tournament, for a second loss on his record would severely lower his chances of making it into the top cut. Or even worse, according to the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament policy, there was a chance that Jay would get dropped from the event completely if he didn't show up for his next round.
It also put like a lot of pressure on my shoulders to try and, like continue my success. And I wanted to keep the streak going.
The pressure was on. Jay knew that the community around the world was following the coverage, and fans were cheering him on. He pondered for a moment. Failing to meet both their expectations and his own after such a defining start in the tournament would certainly hurt his reputation. And to add to this, it had been a few years since he'd last done well at an event, having taken a step back from competing to focus on the content. No, he couldn't sacrifice his tournament. Not after doing so well up until this point. He needed to prove himself, and the only way to do this was to continue winning. In the heat of the moment, Jay Kim made a split-second decision.
What exactly do you do here? What is the split-second decision that is gonna ruin everything? Play a different deck? That would be against the rules, right?
He turned to his friend Irvin So. "I need a deck. Any deck," he exclaimed. What do you mean your deck got stolen?" Irvin replied. The two of them were in complete disbelief.
My friend Irvin So, he was next to me. Hand me a deck, whatever you got.
I'm sure by now you're probably wondering,
No, but if you play someone else's deck, yeah, you have to speed build the same deck, right? That's the only way. If you play our deck, you're gonna get disqualified, right? Because that's cheating. You're supposed to play the deck that you already submitted, right? You already submitted a deck list. If you play any deck, then that's cheating.
who stole Jay's deck and when? He had played the last round, but what happened after he won and shook his opponent's hand was a complete blur. Did he leave the deck on the table? This seemed extremely unlikely because he was a veteran to large tournaments, and such a simple mistake would be completely inconceivable.
Yeah.
So could someone have accessed Jay's bag after the match was over, or maybe even while he was seated with his friends? Unfortunately, these are questions that were never answered. But one thing was for certain, theft in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene was extremely rampant. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you have a lot of cards that are worth a lot of money on the secondary market. But for some reason, it was more rampant than Magic the Gathering or Pokemon. It was extremely common for Yu-Gi-Oh players to wear their backpacks in front so they had their eyes on their belongings at all times. With each and every event, there would be
Huge.
stories of players losing their decks or their card binders. And on certain occasions, the thieves were actually caught, tackled by the police, or even chased down by an angry mob who performed a citizen's arrest.
He tried to steal Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Really?
Yeah, they caught him. They called the cops.
He's not tweaking?
There was even word of a
He's not
large
tweaking?
professional thieving ring that toured across the country with each and every event, stealing multiple backpacks and cards along the way.
Wait, the
Apparently,
rare hunters are real? What?
Smaller culprits would even dive under the table, slyly opening bags, or at times grabbing the bag and making a complete run for it. Though this wasn't just limited to Yu-Gi-Oh, because a theft ring would later be caught during a Magic event, with the police discovering dozens of backpacks in their hotel rooms. Now, despite theft being so common, Yu-Gi-Oh events weren't exactly known for their high security. In fact, if anything, they were known for the complete opposite. With
Oh my god, this is part of the reason why I refuse to ever do IRL matches. Even nowadays, people swipe cards and even entire decks. It might be anime accurate, but you're getting an arse whooping if you pull that. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't do this alone, right? If I go to like one of those things, I have to go with someone who is like my coach or something, right? Not an actual like coach that is gonna teach me, but like, you know, someone that is there like making sure everything goes right and I don't mess up everything, you know? I feel like that would make sense. Like I would have to go with someone with a chaperone. That's the name, right? There was an event back in 2010 where they cut the power to the venue and ran between the tables, stealing decks with the power. What? What? I've never heard of that. Why is there no videos about? I mean, I'm sure there is videos about it, right? Dude, that is huge. Imagine it. Imagine that. Dude, that should be an amazing video. If there's a video about it, I want to see it. I want to see it. Not right now, but like we can watch it later. Definitely, it sounds cool. And if it doesn't exist, we should make it. We should make it. These teams go hard. Yeah, totally. All right. The chat display is weird sometimes. So don't worry about it.
only a handful of law enforcement being present at the event, and often not really doing much besides thinking about their next break so they could go to the Dunkin' Donuts next door. There also weren't many cameras in the convention halls, and even with some footage, it wouldn't exactly be easy to try and pinpoint one thief among thousands of other people throughout. Now, why is this relevant? Well, Jay had once accused official vendors at a previous championship of assembling professional thieving teams for targeted stealing, having made off with 2 copies of the prized gold sarcophagus, a card of significant value in the 5 figures, and they just happened to know which players had that card on them at the time. In his article, he writes, "In terms of management, this was the worst SJC event I have ever seen. Literally dozens of decks were stolen with no support whatsoever provided."
Wait, how? I don't understand. How is this possible? Like, what are these like? These are professionals, right? Because there is no way they can just steal these many things. That's crazy. I wish there was a video about it. We can make it. We can make it. I was there. Wait, what? Alright, we definitely have to do that. Yeah. I would love to. I would love to. Wasn't there a recent case where a guy literally tried to swipe an Ash Blossom in front of other player through a sleight of hand? What? I still remember hearing discussions about it. It's so bad. What the hell? Alright, we're reacting to those kind of videos and those situations next time. Definitely. That sounds amazing.
It's almost like the venue was designed to fleece the most amount of players possible.
Professional pickpockets.
Needless to say, it was incredibly disappointing. And if this accusation held any weight, then the incident with Jay's stolen deck could have been due to similar culprits. In fact, Jay himself would surmise that the theft of his deck may have been a targeted hit, knowing that he had made hidden enemies from his outspoken articles calling out other players and even tournament organizers.
You know, like they kind of had a target on me.
In a post on his blog after the incident, Jay even noted that he thought he saw a judge carrying his exact deck box at some point after he noticed it was missing. Though there was no further explanation of this, so nothing can be proven or debunked.
Event venue is really crowded, so it isn't realistic for you to pack everything up every round. Well, maybe it's because I'm Peruvian and I'm used to a different culture of not like trusting anyone. But I feel like that's a reasonable thing to do here. I don't know how the tournaments go here. I don't know. But like, I feel like people are really careful with their stuff. I don't know.
Obviously, an accusation of this magnitude would open a huge can of worms. Now, perhaps this is something he wrote in the heat of the moment after being disqualified, because it was only mentioned once in his blog post and never spoken of anywhere else ever again. At least I couldn't find anything online. But at the end of the day, there was a strong possibility that someone may have been out to get him. As a million thoughts coursed through his conscience, there were valuable seconds on the clock ticking away. Irvin reluctantly handed Jay a deck box. He had lost out of the tournament early on, so he wouldn't need his own deck anymore. There was just one problem. It wasn't a Gladiator Beast deck.
He ended
Yeah.
up throwing me an X-Saber deck.
As Jay opened the deck box, he was met with X-Saber cards. Not even
Well,
remotely
what else do you want?
close to Gladiator Beasts. But it was too late now. Jay was already in too deep. He formulated a plan. He would play the X-Saber deck for round 8 under the radar and do his best to win the match. Being as invested as he was into the game, Jay knew on a fundamental level how every deck functioned, so this wouldn't be an issue. He would then have the rest of the night to reassemble his missing Gladiator Beast deck in time to play the last 3 rounds.
Okay, hold on. I just need to say that this is such an anime thing. Imagine that your deck gets stolen and then your friend gets you his deck and then you play with it and you win. That would be so hype, right? Sadly, in real life, that is against the rules and you cannot do that. But it seems like an anime thing to do. It would be really awesome. But sadly, that's just not how it works.
For day 2, so no one would suspect a thing.
And I ended up trying to play the round through, you know, because I didn't want to get dropped.
And everything was going according to plan. He would win the first game in the best 2 out of 3, with his opponent none the wiser. But then there was a dispute with how a card ruling worked, so his opponent called a judge to clarify. And this is where things would start to go downhill, but not immediately. You see, the table judge wouldn't bat an eye when he saw X-Saber cards on Jay's side of the table. I mean, there are 1,000 players in the venue, one judge is not going to remember what everyone played. But unfortunately, the judge was rather inexperienced and would rule incorrectly against Jay. Yet Jay knew for a fact that this ruling worked the way he thought it did, so he got a bit greedy. Instead of accepting the table judge's ruling, he decided to appeal to the head judge to get a second opinion, which is where Jay's world crumbled.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Usually you have your homie watch it, sometimes homie get distracted. Well, is that your homie not doing a good job?
Humbled. The head judge immediately realized that something was off. He had already seen Jay at the top tables earlier and specifically recalled that Jay was using a Gladiator Beast deck. Not to mention, he was familiar with Jay's online presence and knew that he had been testing gladiators for the past format. So why were there X-Saber cards in Jay's hand, field, and graveyard? After resolving the ruling, the head judge would venture backstage to personally verify Jay's deck list. You see, players that enter this caliber of tournament are required to submit a list of every card in their deck at the start of the tournament, and any missing or additional cards would warrant a heavy penalty. I mean, otherwise players could just swap their cards throughout the tournament for more favorable ones if they knew ahead of time what their opponents were playing. It's such a serious rule in competitive tournaments that judges even conduct random deck checks, just like random inspections at the airport.
Oh yeah, they base it. They do it based on your skin color. I see.
Catch any players with a deck that doesn't match their deck list. I mean, to give you an analogy, this is like if a basketball team in the Olympics submitted a roster for a game, but changed their players at the last second. It's not something you can just do. And Jay, unfortunately, had gone above and beyond to break this rule. He didn't change just 1 or 2 cards on his deck list, which might have resulted in a much lesser penalty. Jay had exchanged his entire deck, card for card. And the head judge recognized—
I feel like it should be the same punishment, even if you change your entire deck. It's still a different deck, right? Those cards were not in your side deck. So yeah.
This. He immediately returned to the table and halted the duel. It was at this point that Jay knew that he had been exposed. He would receive not only a match loss, but was also escorted to the backstage behind the curtains to sign a disqualification form. Jay's tournament was over. The rumor
If Yu-Gi-Oh ever gets another anime, yeah, like there is not one going right now, right? This could be legit. This could legit be a whole arc. A pro player losing his deck and having to make a new one from scratch and finding the guy who stole his old one. No, not making a new deck from scratch, like playing like some other character's deck, right? Like imagine if like, hold on, I need archetypes here. Imagine if like Jaden gets his elemental hero stolen, his deck stolen, and then he just like, Cyrus, give me your deck, and then he starts playing like the roids, what are they called? like the Beacroids, and wins a tournament playing those. That would be so funny, right? That would be really funny. Like Cyrus, I need you guys. Cyrus was like eliminated in the first round. Yeah, that would be so cool.
Rumors spread quickly online as players at the event posted about Jay's disqualification, and soon the whole community would know. How could Jay Kim, a content creator and a figurehead within the Yu-Gi-Oh community, have broken policy? To some,
Cyrus, how are you in Novelist Blue? This deck is garbage. Jaden is the kind of guy who can make Beacroids work. Yeah, exactly. That like shows lot of skill, right? To be able to play a different deck that you're not used to. Yeah, that would be really cool.
it was extremely disappointing. They considered Jay's actions a form of cheating. At the same time, others would defend him, saying that they would have done the same thing if they were in Jay's shoes. Jay would write an article talking about his disqualification, but was adamant that he didn't do it to gain any advantage. But weeks later, he would be crushed even further after finding out from a comment from his blog that his name was added to the suspended players list.
Okay. You know what? I know those are the rules, right? But I feel like we can be flexible here because his actual deck got stolen, right? He had no other choice. Now, is there a way to prove this? I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know the guy, but I feel like it's like really messed up, right? Losing your deck and you're panicking and you just choose any other deck to play. You didn't do it for like as intended cheating. I know it's technically cheating, right? But like he said, right? It's not to get an advantage. It's just like, what else are you gonna do? Imagine the guy who stole Jaden's deck being haunted by yugioh. The comedy writes itself. Alright. I don't know. I feel like we could be flexible here, but who knows? You have to make the rules, right? Otherwise, people can pretend that the deck got stolen in order to change it. Sad.
For playing his friend's deck after his own deck was stolen, Jay would be banned from competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! For the next few years.
I saw that, and then they gave me like a 2-year ban. Some friends of mine had already told me they don't like the stuff I write sometimes. You know, I have grudges with some old Konami employees. I wish I had handled myself better, but like, you know, what's done is done, I guess.
Obviously,
I mean, is that related? I think he talked to the head judge. He could have been given a time extension to try to reveal the deck. If he communicated more, I think he would have been good. Interesting. I didn't know time extensions were a thing. Yeah, build the same deck, some other players, maybe find another player that is already disqualified that also was playing Gladiator Beast and try to get like something similar with the help of his friends with a time extension. I think it could have been possible, right? So not communicating probably was a mistake. And he already had like a reputation for like, you know, speaking against you know, the tournament organizers. Probably didn't help. Yeah, I sympathize with him, obviously. I'm not saying that it's deserved, right? But there were probably better ways to handle it. Yeah, no way to know for real, but punishment is kind of earned either way. Yeah, I agree. Maybe there is no way to know though. At the time, for all he knew, it will be instant disqualification. He was panicking too. That's true, see? That is true. It's like, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I understand it has to be done. Hey, hello, Exa. Wait, you have a cheer thing. Hello, Exa. Yeah.
He was crushed. Jay felt that he was targeted by the organizers, in part due to his outspokenness and his criticism of them in the past. He would try his best to appeal the suspension, but to no avail. Once everything was said and done, Jay Kim's Yu-Gi-Oh! Career was effectively over. The incident would raise a question about ethics, and whether or not the steep punishment was warranted. While he had technically broken policy, given the circumstances, perhaps it should have been a simple disqualification and not a suspension. Especially
Yeah. Probably 2 years is probably a little too much.
How much time and effort Jay had put in for the community, a notion that he himself would express in his reaction.
It was definitely a mistake, you know. It was definitely something I shouldn't have done. But I was running a blog and writing a lot of articles and stuff, and I was trying to promote the game. You know, I was trying to promote the game in a positive way.
Heavily discouraged, Jay would eventually sunset his articles and his blog. He
Oh,
just had no drive to
no.
follow a game that had treated him horribly in the end, never mind a game that he couldn't even play. Though he had no idea that this would be the turning point for something far greater. Within a year, Jay Kim would become a millionaire.
Action now on Jay Kim on the button with pocket eights.
Kim, among the world's best Yu-Gi-Oh players. I looked at Yu-Gi-Oh, and it was more confusing to me than a Hieronymus Bosch painting.
It's actually a trading card game, similar in vein to Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone. Jay Kim looks down at Jack 9 of diamonds.
No longer in contention.
Dude, that is crazy. that's crazy. Yeah, dude, that the ESPN like casters talking about Yu-Gi-Oh and comparing it to Magic and Hearthstone. That's insane. Okay. Like more than winning more than winning a lot of money here, it might just being presented by ESPN like one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players. That is huge. Bro went the joy route and max out his luck stat. Well, there is luck involved in this, but there is also a lot of skill, right? So yeah, in poker, obviously, like same as any other card game, I guess. There is a little bit of luck involved, but the skill is what matters. But yeah.
For the king of games, Jay quickly shifted gears to his side hobby, poker. During his
Side
Yu-Gi-Oh
hobby.
tenure, Jay had been a regular at casinos and grinded online poker, though never as seriously as his first love. But now he had all the time in the world. And with the chains of Yu-Gi-Oh championships no longer tying him to the United States, Jay would first relocate to Mexico before finally settling in South Korea to play professional online poker full-time.
Interesting.
Donning the name of Yu-Gi-Oh Pro, he quickly rose in
No way, dude! What a cool name! Dude, can you imagine, dude? Imagine being the Yu-Gi-Oh guy playing poker professionally. That is huge! Yu-Gi-Oh Pro. Okay, everything was worth it. I'm so happy with this video. Lesson learned: when you quit Yu-Gi-Oh, you become a millionaire. Yeah, I know what I have to do now. That is amazing. That is amazing. Just remember when Yusei got arrested and had to make a deck from cards given to him by an inmate. By the inmates. That's so funny. That's so funny.
skill, playing up to 8 high-stakes tables at the same time, pressure that would make any regular person crumble. His skill would be rewarded with his first major victory mere months later after his Yu-Gi-Oh suspension, winning the Sunday warm-up series on PokerStars for $125,000.
Wow.
Other successes would follow, and by the end of 2010, Jay had become an online poker pro, raking in thousands of dollars with each and every tournament.
All in.
Jay Kim announces all in.
You can't get that type of action in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Now, it was not surprisingly uncommon for professional poker players
What?
Type of action in
tournament.
All in.
Jay Kim announces all in.
You can't get that type of action in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Now, it was not surprisingly uncommon for professional
Beautiful.
poker players to have transitioned from other card games, for there were a few Magic the Gathering pros that would become big in poker. This included the two-time Magic World Champion Javier Dominguez with nearly $1 million in poker earnings, and fellow Magic Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif with a whopping $1.1 million in cash outs.
Well, I didn't know this was a thing. You know, I don't know why I never considered this. Listen, Yugi, we need to take the Pharaoh to Vegas. Trust me, the fate of the world depends on it. Oh my
Metagame
god.
theory at the highest levels of any card game was evidently transient, and it seems that same fate would hold true for Jay. According to an interview on Poker News, Jay's online poker winnings would culminate in over $2.5 million.
Is this the final stage of competitive card games? 99% of gamblers win after they lose Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my god, dude. Imagine going from winning air fryers to, you know, $2.1 million, dude. Wow.
and at one point ranking him as a #1 on the Korean poker leaderboards with a global ranking of 36th place in 2013. At the height of his boom in 2015, he would even appear at the World Series of Poker on the main feature table, where his reputation as a Yu-Gi-Oh player would precede him. It was evident that Jay was among the upper echelon of poker players, for he would share the table with both Phil Hellmuth and Daniel Negreanu, two of the best poker players in history.
Wow.
Put him on ace-4 offsuit.
Ace-4 offsuit? He's lying. I'll take this one, kid. You take the next one.
You already took the last one.
Let me have this one. Jeez. You don't have to be this stubborn.
He would face off
They're
one-on-one
so
with
cool.
Phil multiple times on camera, folding twice under pressure, but still making banter with the poker legend, who took a liking to Jay and in turn promised to buy him a bottle of Dom Perignon after the tournament as a sign of amicable respect.
Whether I bluffed you or whether I had you, I'm buying you a bottle of Dom Perignon. All right?
Really?
Yeah.
Phil, my man.
His final cash at the WSOP main event would be a whopping $40,000 after finishing in 171th place. Jay's success in poker continued throughout the decade, and he would slowly transition into a mentorship role, creating video content and courses for other poker players, and even working briefly at PokerStars. He would finally retire from competing in 2021, and I think it's safe to say that he's probably living a very comfortable life. One that's probably a lot more comfortable than if he didn't have his Yu-Gi-Oh deck stolen in the first place. Though from time to time, Yu-Gi-Oh would still be at the back of his mind. 2 years later, he would even post an article on Pojo stating that he'd return to writing some content for the game, though from more of a theoretical level, as he no longer had the drive nor the time to keep up with the Yu-Gi-Oh metagame. This didn't last too long, however, as his attention shifted back to, well, making money. Something that wasn't really possible in Yu-Gi-Oh besides buying and selling cards, a topic that Jay himself had covered in one of his articles. At the end of the day, Jay's theory and competitive mindset that he learned from playing Yu-Gi-Oh would propel him to excel at poker and ultimately change his life. And the culprit that stole Jay's deck did him a huge favor.
Oh, that's that's the video. Okay. That was a really cool. Honestly, I feel like we could have skipped the first like 10 minutes or something, but like it was a really cool video. I wasn't expecting the story to go that way. Like I really like the idea of him being known as the Yu-Gi-Oh player in a completely different thing, right? It's still a card game, but it's so much different. So yeah, lesson learned: play Yu-Gi-Oh for a while, then leave it behind. So true, so true. Oh, look at that! Modern combos, real rules, relatable, beautiful, amazing thumbnail. But yeah, thank you so much for recommending that video. That was really cool. Thank you. Chat, we're gonna start. We have to do it. We have to do it. We have to take the fire to Vegas. That is so funny. I like the idea of it. The middle video is the manga that should have been animated instead of sevens. Yes, I reacted to a video about it before, and I already watched that one video from Crispy Applesauce. So yeah. Well, I want to read it actually. I want to read the manga, but you know, chat. You know what I'm struggling right now? I'm struggling with editing. Because right now I am like really busy with work. I don't know if you know, Chad, but I'm a full-time artist, and I depend a lot on commissions and giving like those commissions on time, right? Meeting deadlines. So I don't have time to edit my own videos. That's why I do mostly reaction content that requires little to no editing. So well, the goal right now is to keep growing like this, so then I can hire like more editors. Right now my only editor is Pablo. I don't know. Pablo has also works for other people and does other stuff, so he cannot take care of like everything, right? Like I would love to if Pablo could edit all of my videos, right? But sadly it's not possible. So yeah. That is why we cannot react to everything that I will want to, or make videos about everything that I will want to, right? We're gonna react to 5 days, the anime. The anime is like 150 episodes, so it's gonna take, if we do 1 episode per week, it will take 3 years to finish. 3 years to finish watching 5 days, and I don't think we can afford that, right? So definitely we're gonna start once per week, and we're slowly gonna get into getting more reactions per week, like 3 at least, so we can finish it in a year. So we can at least finish it in a year, right? Who knows? Maybe we can do that. So we can go into Sexal. Believe in the heart of red. Bet it all on red. Yeah. Yeah, that's the situation right now. But so chat, I really appreciate like every like, every comment. It helps a lot on boosting my stuff in the algorithm, so that it can be shared with more people and the channel can keep growing, right? That's what we want. This is what we want to see, so we can get like more cool stuff. Yeah, so let's go for the next video. Let's go for the next video. Let me check that.
Every duelist
volume.
in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an ace card. This is the card that, no matter what, it's in every single one of their decks, no matter how much it changes.
Alright. 22 minutes. Let's get an ad break. Give me 1 minute. Oh, let me get water actually. Let me get water. Hold on. I thought we were already gonna stop, but give me 1 minute. With the same music. Nice. Nice. Alright. Let's start. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Ace card explained in Duel Monsters. Let's watch.
Every duelist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an ace card. This is the card that, no matter what, it's in every single one of their decks. No matter how much it changes over the course of the series, this card is a mainstay. Now, an ace card, it doesn't necessarily have to be a monster. It can be anything. And
wait, it could be anything? Okay.
Sometimes duelists don't limit themselves to just one singular ace card. However, what does tend to happen is a ace monster from early in the series. If the character sticks around, gets quite a few duels, that ace monster, it's a boss monster at the start of the series as well. Over the course...
Wait. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Ace card explained in Duel Monsters? Who are we talking about here? Yugi, Kaiba, like, there is a lot of characters. For example, I guess for Pegasus will be like the Toon World more than anything, right? Toon World will be a card that is like an ace card that is not a monster. What is your ace card, Pepper? Well, I guess I don't know if like it would be the same as saying, right? Probably Power Bond. It's not Cyber Dragon, it's Power Bond. I feel like the ace card. I feel like that's the thing that you use at the end to just finish it. I like that. I don't know if that's what would be considering when we watch the GX video about this.
The series, they get newer and bigger forms of that monster, and that new monster or monsters become the boss monsters of their deck, whereas their original ace, it stays as their ace, but it's just no longer a boss monster. You see what I mean? The reason I bring this up is because today we will not be covering boss monsters. We are just going to be covering ace monsters, their favorite mainstay core monster and or card. If this video does well, we'll do another boss monster video in the future. Let's start first.
Okay, hold on. Says the guy who has Cyber Dragon emote. Okay, first of all, that's not Cyber Dragon, that's Chimera Tech Fortress. And what do you think Power Bond is for? It's obviously to fuse the Cyber Dragon. But it's not about the Cyber Dragon or the fusion monsters. It's about the card to fuse them, because you always get a different thing, right? It's usually Chimera Tech Rampage, the cool monster there. And Cyber Dragon is not necessary, at least how I play it, right? It's always like some variation of it. So yeah, I don't know. I personally prefer Power Bond.
First with Yugi and Yami Yugi. Straight away, Yugi's ace is, of course, the Dark Magician.
Tell me which one you identify with, Yugi. Oh, that's easy. Dark Magician, hands down.
Dark Magician is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster type monster. Since it's one of the first ever ace monsters in the series, it has no effects. Now, the reason that this monster is Yugi and Yami's ace is due to a spiritual connection that Yami has from his past life. You see, one of the Pharaoh's loyal servants, a guy called Mahad, he sacrificed himself and fused his soul into the Dark Magician in order to protect the Pharaoh for all time.
Wow.
In fact, this event would be referenced in a real-life Yu-Gi-Oh card called Palladium Oracle Mahad.
What? This is the guy? I don't know why I never made a connection.
Pretty cool. So, Dark Magician is the definitive ace monster of Yugi and Yami. Now, there are two runners-up, really close seconds that I thought I will mention. Possibly an ace monster simply by convenience, that is the Dark Magician Girl. After this card got added to Yugi's deck, she's paired more and more with the Dark Magician. So as the Dark Magician is summoned more and more, Dark Magician Girl usually appears on the field at the same time too. Of course, she's never going to excel to the same levels of the Dark Magician, and due to her actual ability supporting the Dark Magician, it's obvious the Dark Magician is the true mainstay. But there's one other card, and this one is a very close second to the Dark Magician, and that is Kuribo. Kuribo seems to share a special bond with Yugi, since he is the dual monster spirit he seems to communicate the most with. And it is a card that he would pass on to the next generation of duelists as well. But yes, obviously, Dark Magician is Yugi's ace monster. But it's not the only Dark Magician who is someone's ace monster. There's somebody else that has it as well. And do you know who that is? Arcana. Arcana's
we're really
ace
talking
monster
about, okay,
is also
I was
the Dark Magician. However, this one is a palette swapped version. His reasoning for the Dark Magician being his ace is much more superficial, as Arcana is a magician, so he would play a Dark Magician.
Wow.
It's as simple as that, really. Next up, we have Seto Kaiba. Kaiba's ace monster is, of course, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, a level 8 light dragon type monster, which of course doesn't have any effects, but it's very strong. But guess what makes Kaiba special? He was the first character in the Yu-Gi-Oh series not to just have one ace monster, but
three of them.
3 identical aces, all of the same monster. Now, the reason for Kaiba using Blue Eyes seems to be a combination of his connection to Blue Eyes from his past life, since his past life's love was a woman called Kasara who fused herself, or was forced to fuse herself, with the spirit of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in order to save Kaiba. So that's the deep bond that Kaiba has with the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Why is there 3 of them?
Though, it's just really strong. Kaiba is obsessed with power throughout the majority of the series, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon is the epitome of that power. So it makes sense that he would use this monster. Interestingly, it's possible that the Blue Eyes White Dragon ace monster This would have been shared with possibly 1, 2, and 3 other characters had the series taken a slightly different turn. First of all, a character named Arthur had a Blue Eyes White Dragon, which I can only assume was his ace monster. Solomon Muto was given it by Arthur, so by proxy, Grandpa did have a Blue Eyes White Dragon as his ace monster too. I'm gonna
I don't know if he played it.
say that the Exodia, the Forbidden One, would be his boss
Yeah.
monster, whereas Blue Eyes would have been like his ace in his deck kind of thing. And then, if we get really speculatory, it's possible, had Kaiba not ripped up that Blue Eyes White Dragon, this Blue Eyes would have been Yugi's inheritance. I can only assume that Grandpa would have given this to Yugi at some point in the series, so there is a possible alternative dimension out there somewhere where Yugi also has a Blue Eyes White Dragon in his deck. That actually makes me really wonder, what if Yugi inherited the Blue Eyes White Dragon before Kaiba ripped it up? That could make a good video. We'll do that in the future. Next up, Joey Wheeler.
Joey is like the Red Eyes Black Dragon, but it's also what is this called? The Flame Swordsman, but also Siegfried? No, what's it called? Is it called Siegfried? I don't remember the name of the guy.
Joey's ace monster
Jinso is not
of course,
Jinso, what are you
the
talking
Red Eyes
about?
Black Dragon, a level 7 dark dragon type monster with yet again no effect, but this monster's an interesting one. You see, Joey doesn't
Red
have
Eyes is not the boss monster.
any past connections to this monster. He has
Gearfried,
no prior
Gearfried.
heritage in Egyptian myth or legend. In fact, this card wasn't even his to begin with. He took it from Rex Raptor. So you might be thinking, oh, what does this card really have to do with Joey? Why is
The Time Wizard. Yeah, I feel like Time Wizard seems more fitting, honestly. Bro, he has a line with Jin, so yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
it his ace? Why does he care about it so much? Well, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, the reason it's his ace is for symbolism. Let me explain. You see, it is established in one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 movies that the Red Eyes Black Dragon represents potential, the ability to grow and improve, while the Blue Eyes White Dragon, in contrast, is the embodiment of pure power. Joey, as a duelist, is someone who grows throughout the series, so it makes sense to give him a monster that is a reflection of potential, growing into what you can become. So that's why Red Eyes is his ace monster, and it's a cool looking monster, let's not lie. However, if you wanted to argue with me and say maybe Red Eyes is his boss monster throughout the majority of the series,
right, that's what someone was saying,
the lightning or something like that, then alright then, I'll give you one then. I guess Joey's real ace monster could be something like Flame Swordsman.
Sometimes, when I'm in a duel, I pretend that it's me out there on the field swapping blows with whatever card my opponent has out.
Well, if
Autism.
you were, which card would you want to be, Joey?
This one.
I always associated Joey with more like warrior-based decks rather than like a dragon boss monster.
Yeah,
but
I see it.
know. That's just me. I'll let you guys pick. Who do you think his real ace monster is? Now we have Taya Gardner, the undefeated duelist of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel
The undefeated one. She's the strongest one.
Monsters series. Her ace monster, well, it's hard to pin down. She didn't have that many duels. However, the most likely choice is Magician of Fate.
What?
This monster's effect for early Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway is nothing to scoff at. The ability when it's flip summoned to add a spell card from the graveyard back to the hand. This was actually so powerful back in the day. This monster got banned for a while.
I think everyone has a card they can identify with. You should see if you can pick one for yourself, Taya.
Okay. I picked this one, Magician of Faith.
And I know it's a translation with the name of having faith, but the whole thing about Taya with the power of friendship, having faith in each other and things like that, I guess it works that way as well, so yeah. If you wanted to make an argument with the Dark Magician Girl being one of her ace monsters, I can't really agree with that. I know she used it as a deck master during the Virtual World arc, but the only reason she did that was because she had like a prolific vision dream thing of Yugi saying to her in the dream, you have to pick Dark Magician Girl for your deck master in the next duel or she'll lose against Crump.
Hey, Yugi! I had a dream that we were trapped in a virtual world and we had to duel these 5 old guys to escape.
Oh my god. Imagine that your friend tells you that, hey, I have this dream. We have to fight these 5 old men. Dude, that's One Piece. Anyways.
Taya, this is the dream. And when you wake up, you'll need this card.
I will?
Yup, it's the Dark Magician girl.
That's why.
Bro, what is this? Is that how you like reply to that?
That was there.
Shut up.
But yeah, Magician of Faith anyway. Tristan Taylor. Now, Tristan's ace monster is Cyber Commander.
Yeah.
A level 2 Dark Machine monster with a whopping 750 attack points. Tristan, he's not really a duelist. He doesn't really duel, so I can kind of forgive him for having not a great monster. This is the monster he becomes in that roleplay duel with Bakura as well, so it's probably this monster.
Not my guys, the Cyber Commander.
However, during the Virtual World arc, he uses the Super Robo Yaru Fusion monster as his deck master, which is a level 6 Earth Machine monster.
Why does he look like that?
Has the effect to boost its attack by 1000 when it battles and can swap itself out.
What happened to him? Look at him.
Super Robo Lady, and Super Robo Lady can swap itself out for Super Robo Yaru. They feel more like boss monstery kind of things. It's not a good ability, don't get me wrong, but it's good for some sort of ye-old Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It's like a tag-out fusion ability. So yeah, I guess it's Cyber Commander, a level 2, 750 attack monster. God, if they ever make a Yu-Gi-Oh anime, like they redo the original series,
a reboot,
like modern decks and things like that, for the love of all things, give Tristan something decent, please. Bakura and Yami Bakura. Now, good Bakura, I would say, is one of the first characters in the series to have a non-monster card ace.
Oh, is it
card.
actually Change of
And
Heart?
that card is Change of Heart.
Oh, you were right.
This one is my favorite.
I wonder what that means.
At the Change of Heart card?
Now, this card makes sense as his favorite card. It's like a duality thing. There's good Bakura, bad Bakura. Change of Heart, it's literally like a split down the middle, good, evil kind of thing. So that makes sense for normal Bakura. But we never really get to see Bakura duel again. We slip over now to Yami Bakura. What's his ace monsters? Well, it's a tie between two cards, but I think his ace monster is Dark Necrofear. The other card I was going to give it to was Destiny Board, but since it's an auto win card, I'm going to say that's more of a boss card to the deck. So Dark Necrofear is probably his ace, which is a level 8 Dark Fiend type monster with the ability that you can summon it by banishing 3 Fiend monsters from your graveyard. During the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard, you can take control of the opponent's monster. However, in the anime, you can possess them and do all sorts of wacky hijinks if you've got a Fiend Sanctuary on the field. It's a cool boss monster. Makes sense for Yami Bakura. My Valentine. My Valentine is the second character to have a triple threat ace monster. It's Harpy Lady.
Three of them?
Is a level 4 winged beast type monster, but of course, she plays a full playset of these. I think in the anime, though, it's Harpy Lady 1, Harpy Lady 2, and Harpy Lady 3. Don't quote me on that one. Let's just call it a playset of Harpy Ladies. Later on in the series, she does play some like Amazoness cards, but much later on in the series, she starts swapping out her Harpy Ladies for Cyber Harpy Ladies, and they become her new de facto Harpy Lady playset ace monsters because they're Harpy Ladies, but just a ton better. If I was personally, however, I'd have picked Harpy's Feather Duster as my ace card because that card slaps. I guess Mirror Wall could have been something as well. She played Mirror Wall. It's like a big deal.
Elegant Egoist is the name?
Back in the day, but regardless. Duke Devlin. Now, Duke's
what does
ace
he even
monster
play?
is probably going to be Strike Ninja. It's a level 4 warrior type monster that he used in his dungeon dice duel, but he did actually play it later on as his deck master. It has a real card version now, and its effect is kind of weird. Quick effect, you can banish 2 dark monsters from your graveyard, banish this face-up card until the end phase. But he didn't really duel enough, so we could get a good grip on if he does have any aces. Borgoth the Relentless, I'm going to put that in the category of boss monster rather than ace, but that's an okay card. Serenity Wheeler. Serenity Wheeler has 1 duel, and she doesn't duel very well, but she does pick Goddess with a Third Eye as her deck master, so that must be her ace monster, right? It makes sense. Goddess with a Third Eye. It's a level 4 light fairy monster, and it can basically substitute itself for a fusion material monster as long as the rest of them are okay. She uses her ace monster to get out her boss monster, which is Sint Joan later on in the duel. So I think this makes sense for Serenity, and if you want to put like a thematic reason on why, Goddess with the Third Eye, Serenity Wheeler, most known for her eye operation. Has to be, right? Weevil Underwood.
What was that, dude? Oh my... Did Weevil keep his... No, it wasn't that was the boss monster, right? The perfectly ultimate thing. Oh, but he also had like the other one, the one that Joey got, right?
Weevil's ace, I'm actually not too sure. I want to say it's Petite Moth.
What?
Since this monster is what gets the ball rolling to get out his boss monster, as Petite Moth, it evolves into Cocoon of Evolution. Cocoon of Evolution evolves into Great Moth.
I guess
and Great
Cocoon of
Moth evolves
Evolution makes
into
more
perfectly
sense.
Ultimate Great Moth. So that's like boss monster territory towards the end. Obviously later on, Insect Queen becomes his like true boss monster. Later on in the series, I would have actually said something like Parasite could have been his ace. Obviously he cheeses it into people's decks by forcing people to put it into other people's decks, but he could play it in his own deck. That was
Jesus, I feel like that's more like cheating, but sure.
something that he could have done, but I don't know, maybe. Rex Raptor. Rex's ace monster, I feel like the giveaway is in the name. It's probably going to be two-headed King Rex. It's in the name. It probably makes sense being his ace monster. Wow, this card's named after me. I'm going to become a dinosaur duelist. We never really had a backstory, did we, on why Rex loves dinosaurs? Anyway, this monster is a level 4 Earth dinosaur type monster. It's okay, I guess. Originally, Rex's ace or boss monster was the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Why was it a dragon?
He lost it, so I think this is the de facto ace monster anyway, so it makes sense for Rex. Mako Tsunami. Mako's ace is the legendary Fisherman, a level 5 water warrior monster that has the effect that while Yumi's on the field, it is unaffected by spell effects and it cannot be targeted for attacks, but it doesn't prevent the opponent from attacking you directly. The reason that this monster is Mako's ace monster is actually quite nice in a way. It is kind of a memento for his deceased dad, because his dad died at sea, and this card reminds him of him, this legendary fisherman, just like his dad.
To me, that card represents my father, a courageous fisherman who loves the sea as much as I do.
He gives it to Joey later on the series, like that's such a meaningful card as well, but fair play, yeah. So, yeah, Legendary Fisherman is an easy Mako Tsunami ace monster. Panic's ace monster is probably the Castle of Dark
Is
Illusions.
the castle not
Castle of Dark
boss?
Illusions is a level 4 fiend monster that has the ability to increase the attack of all zombie monsters on the field.
I guess
by
that's more
200
ace.
attack. It's a little bit different in the anime. This card essentially amplifies other cards in Panic's deck, so it makes sense for this to be the ace, and like something like King Yami Makai being like the boss monster or something like that. That's what Panic need. Panic need a really big monster to be his boss, but it makes sense for Castle of Dark Illusions. Bandit Keith. Keith's ace monster could be Barrel Dragon, but that feels more boss monstery. I'm gonna say it's his slot machine monster, which is a level 7 machine dark
1000
monster.
attack?
But what makes it special is that it combines with 7 completed, 3 equipped spells to give it like a big boost in attack. I could see that being like his ace. Bones. Bones' ace monster is Pumpkin, King of Ghosts. I think this card was given to him by Bandit Keith. Basically, Pumpkin, King of Ghosts is a level 6 dark zombie type monster. Has the ability, just like Castle of Dark Illusions, to boost up zombie type monsters' attacks and things like that. It's like an ace monster that supplements other cards in the deck. If we go by Battle City, there's a bit where they show all the the signature best cards of all the duelists, and one of the cards is Bones'
I thought he died. Wait, didn't he die? I think he says monster is 7 complete. Yeah, I think that would make more sense. This
Call of
ace
the
card.
Haunted. So maybe Call of the Haunted is actually Bones' ace monster, ace card. And if we're going by that, then these are the ace cards of all these characters based on Kaiba's interpretation of their decks.
Well, but I think like those were like the rarest card, not necessarily the ace cards.
If you want to go with them anyway. Esperoba.
This is before he fought with Bakura? Oh, okay. I thought it would happen. Yeah, okay.
So Esperoba's ace monster is probably Jinzo, with its level 6 Dark Machine and the ability to just say no to all trap cards. It's a great card. It is actually worthy of the
You
title
only used
of
it
boss
once.
monster as well. And I did say that earlier. Ace monsters can be boss monsters if you don't get like an upgraded form of them at some point during the series. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Jinzo. Maximilian Pegasus. Now, Maximilian Pegasus, I would say, has 2 ace cards. The first one is probably Toon World. This is a card that only he has. He didn't print it for anybody else. Kept it for himself because it was uber OP. This Toon card as well is a reflection of his like childlike wonderment, that part of his personality. The Millennium Eye, darker, more sinister side. That's where the second ace monster comes in, and that is Relinquished. Relinquished is a embodiment of the Millennium Eye kind of thing, so Relinquished makes sense. Relinquished is a really strong ritual monster, which we haven't had yet as an ace monster. Lets you take control of an opponent's monster and equip it to it to give it a boost in attack, and then if it's attacked, the damage is dealt to both players, I think, or it's just the opponent. I forget, I'd have to check the card. And we all know what this monster evolves into, which would be the boss monster. Marik Ishtar. I feel like the Winged Dragon of Ra is the easy answer,
That's
but
the
not
boss.
the correct one. I think the Winged Dragon of Ra is Marik's boss monster. I think Marik Ishtar's ace monster is Revival Jam.
Did he? What? Did Marik actually use that card? Did he use? I remember because it was like the guy with the piercings, right? The one using it, which was controlled by Marik, but still.
Excellent. Now
Oh, he also used it. Interesting. Okay, then that's the ace monster.
I'd suggest you attack now before my slime creatures far outnumber you.
Keep in mind that in both decks Marik has played with an Egyptian god. I know he didn't duel personally as it, but when he was taking over the mind of Strings, he had Revival Jam in that deck to supplement his Egyptian god card Slifer in that one. And then when he started playing with his Ra deck, he also had Revival Jam in that deck as well. He's got a slime fascination. He probably watches slime ASMR videos. That is why he likes slime cards. So yeah, Revival Jam I think is his ace monster.
Use it 3 times?
It's a
Interesting.
level 4 aqua monster. Water Aqua, and its effect is when it's destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can pay 1,000 life points, special summon it in face-up defense position during your next standby phase. But what makes this card especially good is he has loads of cards to help this card out, make loads of them and multiply them and things like that. And he even makes an Egyptian god slime with this monster, so I'm saying Revival Slime is Marik Ishtar's ace monster.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious. Ishizu Ishtar. Ishizu's a hard one to say. I'm gonna say it's Mudora, but I mean, like, if you wanted to go a different route, I mean, maybe like Blast held by a tribute or Exchange of Spirit. Exchange of Spirit could be her ace card. Like, it's the card that helps facilitate her win condition. Flip the graveyard with the deck. That seems like an ace card, Exchange of the Spirit, but I guess her boss card could be Blast held by a tribute. That's like her actual win condition towards the end. But I think she just didn't play enough duels. We could really see some of her deck. So I'd like to have seen more. Odeon. Odeon's ace is probably like Temple of the Kings.
Dude, I hate what Odeon is right now in Master Duel. Temple of the Kings. Well, this was before the errata, right? I don't remember what it was before.
Or probably Embodiment of Apophis, which is actually, I quite like that as an ace, because then we have a trap monster as somebody's ace. You set his card face down, activate it, it special summons itself with like 1800 attack. I think he played a playset in the duel, I can't remember. And then obviously his boss monster would be that Circuit monster, but we're not talking about bosses today. So that's a cool one for Odeon. The Paradox Brothers, I would say they have 3 ace monsters, which are the 3 Gate Guardians, Kazejin, Suijin, and Sanga of the Thunder. So each one of those are their aces. So if they get them out, they're like looking good. And obviously when they fuse them together to make Gate Guardian, there's their boss monster. I think they've got 2 pseudo ace monsters as well, which are like Labyrinth Wall and Wall Shadow Ghoul, whatever they want to call it. Raphael's is a really easy one. It's Guardian Iatos. That's his ace monster and boss monster together. I didn't really see him put any extra emphasis on any of his other Guardian cards, but Guardian Iatos is like the ace. It's his pseudo mom, basically. If you wanted to put like a boss monster version of this being his ace, then probably Guardian Dreadscythe is his boss monster when things go really bad. But yeah, that makes sense. Light Fairy monster is pretty cool. Darts is ace card. It's probably the Seal of Orichalcos, which he like boosts and like grows throughout the duel. Tutora could be as well. Tutora is quite a strong card. The ability to just absorb all damage, and then you start getting into the boss monster category with like some of his other cards. So I think probably the Seal of Orichalcos is his ace card. The Big Five. For the Big Five, this is really obvious.
Is
this
there,
is who they become, basically.
Their
We've got
master
Deep Sea
thingy?
Warrior, We've got Nightmare Penguin, Judge Man, Robotic Knight, Jinzo. Noah Kaiba's would be Shinato's Arc as his ace. It's his deckmaster in that season as well, and then obviously it evolves into like the upgraded forms. Gozaboru Kaiba, I guess his ace monster in the one duel we see him in would probably be Exodia Necros. It's his win condition as well though, so it's just one of those things. I think with that, we've covered the majority of the important characters' ace monsters, so I think that'll do.
I feel like we're forgetting about someone very important. I don't know why. I have the feeling that we're forgetting about some very important characters. Are we not? Thea's ace monster was Shining Friendship. Yes. Time Wizard, Bakura, Summon Score, Revival Jam. I don't know, but I feel like we're forgetting some important characters here.
Would you like to see this done for one of the other Yu-Gi-Oh series? We can do that if you want me to. Other than that, let me know what your boss monster is. If you'd like to see me do this for
Tristan,
another
we saw
Yu-Gi-Oh series,
Tristan's.
let me know in the comment section below. Other than that, watch this video, or watch neither. It's up to you. Thank you all for watching, everybody.
Siegfried?
Catch you later.
Oh yeah, from the other filler arcs. I don't know why sometimes we count some filler arcs and sometimes, but we don't count others. Interesting, really cool video. I made me like remember some old cards and some old characters. Yeah, really awesome. You know, I'm more excited about the GX one. Let's watch the GX one right now. Let's go.
Ace cards.
Alright chat, we're gonna upload this as a different video. The greatest boss monster is Dragon Maid Shu. I must have missed the Tristan segment, my bad. No, don't worry. Alright, let's see. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Ace... Wait. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Ace card explained in GX. Let's watch.
Ace cards are the cards that duelists carry with them throughout
It's
each of their
Neos!
decks, regardless of how much it changes over the course of the series.
It's not Flame Wingman! It's Neos!
In contrast, boss monsters are the ultimate power that their deck is able to get out. This can change over the course of the series if the characters are around a lot. Sometimes boss monsters and ace monsters are kind of the same thing. But as generality, ace monster, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Boss monster, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
I feel like this one is easy because, you know, this is like the big guy, right? It's a fusion, right? It's easy to see in this case. Other times it's a little bit more complicated, but we'll see.
You see, today I want to look at all of the ace monsters for the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX characters. We did it for the original series, we might as well carry on. So, let's start first with Jaden Yuki.
Honestly, Neo's not even top 5 hero card? What are you talking about? That's the point of the whole deck. This anime has an ace card for 5D, Sexal, R5, and Brains. I don't think he did 7s or Go Rush. Yeah, I feel like those two are usually not included. Now, Flame Wingman is not Flame Wingman. I'm a Flame Wingman enjoyer. Neos, who? What? We always gonna have this debate. They were used the same amount of times, right? It was like 32, I think. Like both of those monsters were used the same amount of times in GX. I don't know what to tell you. Who was in Bones Beyond Time? I'm ready to be wrong. It has to be Avian for the ace card based on his last list. No, it will be Neos. Neos is the ace monster here. The ace card. It's not Avian. What are you saying? Neos is clearly an elemental hero, Brigman. Yes. Neos looks plain. That is the point of it, because it fused with all the other guys, right? It can fuse with all the other cards and get like a version of Neos that gets up the like a combined power or whatever. I don't know. It's like Ultraman from Timu. Alright, dude.
Right out the gate, we have one of the most complicated characters to pin down an ace monster for. Why? Well, initially, Jaden's first ace in the anime started out as Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. This was a warrior fusion monster that had the ability that when it destroyed a monster by battle, you could inflict damage to your opponent equal to the destroyed monster's attack. pretty cool card. Throughout the early parts of the series, this was his go-to fusion card. It would win him a lot of duels, and it always seemed to be the card he was most excited to get out onto the field. In fact, Jaden himself even states that this card is his favorite card.
Yeah, people are always talking about this, but he said his favorite card. Shut up, dude! That's not what we're discussing here. Come on, dude. Like, Neos is the point of the deck. It's like the whole deck revolves around it. How is that not the ace monster? Wow, he said in the first episode. Amazing.
And they even made a card to reference Jaden saying this with the card Favorite Hero. That's it, right? If your favorite card is most likely your ace card, the card you carry through all your decks, it would be...
Hello, Azur Holy Knight. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're discussing a very important topic in Yu-Gi-Oh! I hope you had a great stream and thank you for bringing your community. Blood for the Blood God. Hiya. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you know what? I will take people saying that polymerization is Jaden's ace card instead of Neos or no, actually no. I'm not gonna accept that. I'm not gonna accept that. Or Juvel? No, it's not Juvel. It has to be an elemental hero, and it's Neos. And I will die on this hill. Welcome, welcome, Evil King. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. We have a very funny raid alert. Yes. You know what? I agree with polymerization. Yeah, I mean, I can see polymerization as an argument. I can see the argument for polymerization, but not for Flame Wingman. Super poly, no, just polymerization. Super polymerization will be the ace monster of the Supreme King, right? That I can see. That I can see. Okay. Let's go back.
Right?
Let's go back.
And they even made a card to reference Jaden saying this with the card Favorite Hero. That's it, right? If your favorite card is most likely your ace card, the card you carry through all your decks, it would be Flame Wingman, right? Well, there's a problem. Jaden's deck would go through some changes as he started incorporating Neospatians into it later in the series. As a result, we would see less of Flame Wingman and a whole lot more of Elemental Hero Neos.
Yes.
Neos is a 2500 attack point warrior monster with no effect. But what it does do is the ability to contact fuse with any other Neospatian monster in Jaden's deck to create any kind of fusion monster that the plot wants, basically.
Doesn't that sound exactly like what an ace monster is supposed to do in a deck?
Now, Neos has a lot going for him in terms of ace monster appeal. He was designed by the main character. His attack points make him in line with the now established trend of main characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! They have to have a monster with 2500 attack points as their ace, or just at least a monster in their deck have that kind of thing. And of course, the most damning evidence of all is that Jaden actually says this to Yugi in the final episode.
Yugi-san, あなたのデッキの象徴がブラックマジシャンなら、俺のデッキの象徴、それがエレメンタルヒーロー、ネオス。
I rest my case, chat. I didn't even like catch that. That is so true. That is so true. That is all the evidence I need. Like, that's it. I don't know why there is any debate here. I don't know why there is any debate. Sorry. If you don't think like Elemental Hero Neos is the Jaden's ace card, you are just wrong. You're just wrong. Yeah, that's it. It's over. It's decided.
Elemental Hero Neos.
So this confirms it, right? Well,
yes.
There's a twist to this. During Jaden's second duel with Crowler, just a few episodes before the final one, he says that his elemental heroes are still his favorite, despite how much his deck has changed.
Wow, what is he gonna say now? What is he gonna say? Alright, that's a different thing. Favorite hero and an ace card is different. Those are different things. Those are completely different things.
So what makes makes something an ace? Is it their favorite card or the card that is a symbol of the deck? Neos was in more duels, but I mean, if it's your favorite card,
They were in the same amount of duels.
And I wish we could end things there, but we're not done. As a child, Jaden's ace was actually yugioh.
Okay, as a child.
Former human transformed into a duel monster that watches over the Supreme King, whom Jaden is now a reincarnation.
Sorry, but Sensor yugioh looks so weird.
Oh, in my opinion, yugioh leans more in the spirit partner kind of thing, like Yami Yugi. It eventually becomes his partner after he
Like
uses
Winkurio?
with it. However, the fact that she's also a card, it's hard to say. And if it was his ace as a kid, but Side note, by the way, yugioh, her ace monster is yugioh. Now that might seem a little bit egotistical, and it actually is, because there's another dual monster spirit that is a physical manifestation of a card, and that is Kaiba-man. His ace monster is not Kaiba-man. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah.
So this proves you can have a card of yourself in your deck, and it doesn't have to be your ace card. I'm sorry, I lost track a little bit there. We're talking about Jaden's ace cards. We're just a new bell. Keep in mind, Jaden ran into Yugi in the first episode, and Yugi gave him his winged Karibo.
I can see the argument for Winkurio, but not for Flame Wingman. I can see the argument for Winkurio. I can totally see it. That I see it. I understand.
Wing Karibo had probably the greatest spiritual connection to Jaden out of all of his cards. This was the card that would always manifest itself and help him in dire situations.
Yeah,
And it was
exactly.
always the card he seemed to turn to the most. Be like, what should I do, Karibo? Is that his ace monster as well? But I mean, it didn't win him that many duels, apart from when he upgraded it into Wing Karibo level 10. But I don't know. And we're still not done, because Jaden went through a bit of it. Evil spell where he became the Supreme King, and
Yeah,
the Supreme King's
Super
ace card
Polymerization.
was Super Polymerization, a card that let you fuse on both sides of the fields, and it couldn't be responded to. So that's pretty cool, and Jaden did inherit this afterwards. I don't know if that's really his ace card either. But then that brings up the point, wait a minute, maybe Jaden's ace card was right in front of us this entire time, hidden in plain sight. What card has been mashing all of these monsters together to make his
Polymerization.
iconic fusion?
Yes.
Polymerization. Maybe Polymerization is Jaden's ace card.
I can see Polymerization being too, but Neos didn't need it, so.
What I'm trying to make is it's really hard to pin down Jaden's ace. Obviously, Neos and Flame Wingman are the main two, but there's a case to be made for a lot of other cards. So, since I can't decide, I'm going to leave this one to you. I have put a poll on my community section right now where you can vote on either Neos, Flame Wingman, Polymerization, Wing Karibo, or yugioh. I'll leave a link.
You are such a coward, TGS anime. I'm just kidding. I would have done the same. I would have done exactly the same. I wouldn't be able to do that. In his situation, in this kind of video, no, I wouldn't. I'm doing it here. I'm standing my ground here and saying that is Neos. 28 votes on Flare Wingman. Nah.
Link in the comments for you to find it as well, but I'm excited to see what you think is Jaden's ace monster. Alexis Rhodes. Her ace monster is Etoile Cyber, a level 4 Earth warrior monster with the effect that if it attacks directly, it boosts its own attack. I mean, Cyberblader was a contender for ace, however I think Cyberblader is more in the boss monster category.
Really?
Along with her ritual cards that she played.
I feel like the ritual ones will be the bosses, and that one will be the ace.
Boss monster kind of things. The reason I think Etoile Cyber is her ace card is she uses this monster throughout the entire series. We see it in her final duels, and her alternate universe counterpart, Alexis from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, used this card as well.
Okay.
So I mean, if your monster crosses dimensions where your characters tend to play different things, then that's a pretty good reason for it to be your ace. And not only that, the time that she got kidnapped by Panic, she dropped one of her cards, and this was the card that Jaden found, and he knew straight away that it was Alexis Rhodes.
Oh, this is Alexis's card.
You could think about that for a minute if you want. If you got kidnapped and a card were to fall out of your deck, how would your friends know it was you that's been kidnapped? What would the card be on the floor? Be like, I know who that is. That's James. That's James.
Oh no, they found my Maxi. It could be anyone. This card and Cyberblader is the only The only ones that haven't been retrained? Really? They have retrains? Interesting.
James's card right there. Anyway, Alexis has a brother, Atticus Rhodes.
What
And
is
his
that,
ace
Red
monster
Eyes?
is Red Eyes Black Dragon, a level 7 dark dragon type monster with no effects. Atticus actually plays a Red Eyes deck to support his Red Eyes monster. He has all of the like support cards, spells and traps that do things with the Red Eyes Black Dragon. And he has an upgraded form of it and an upgraded form of that. It's really awesome. However, a case could be made for a spell card in this deck. Swing of Memories. You see, this card represents his family to him.
It's called Swing of Memories. Sort of a family heirloom.
So, I mean, that card has a lot of sentimental value to him, so it could be a case that this was his ace card as well. And the fact that it can summon Red Eyes Black Dragon from the graveyard, since its effect is you can special summon a normal monster from the graveyard, but it's destroyed during the end phase, it works. Now, Cyrus Truesdale, I think, is a hard one.
It's
because he didn't
Power
really put the
Wand!
emphasis on any of these like main deck monsters. Just gonna have to give it to the de facto boss monster of his deck for a while. It was his ace and his boss, and then he got upgraded later on into a different monster. It's the level 8 machine monster. It requires 3 monsters to be summoned. It's Super Vehicle Roid Jumbo Drill.
This is 100% the boss monster. I know he has like another boss monster that is even like stronger, but like that's why I will default to Power Bond.
Keep in mind, this monster's ability was to inflict piercing battle damage, and if that sounds familiar, it's basically Cyber End Dragon. It's just, you
that's
know,
the boss.
nowhere near as good. Later down the line, I would actually say that once Cyrus became comfortable with using the Power Bond, because ye old days, he played Power Bond as a kid, messed up uber bad. His brother scolded him and says you're just absolute trash for playing this card then. And I think he paid off the other guy to like, just don't tell anyone you saw my brother use Power Bond like this. And it's kind of the iconic card between Zane and Cyrus. So I think Power Bond would be classed as his ace monster throughout the rest of the series. I mean, like at the end of the series as well, he absorbs Zane's Cyber Dragon deck and Cyber Dark deck, which I'm still salty about. Why would you combine Cyber Dragons, Cyber Dark Dragons, and the Roid deck all together? I know it works.
That's a kitchen table deck. That's a kitchen table deck, chat. If you do that, you get extra points. If you make the Cyrus deck, you get extra points.
To the context of the anime, and I know Zane said you've surpassed me now with this, so sure, whatever. I don't get this. Basically, Power Bond was his ace card, and if we're doing Zane Truesdale as well, Zane Truesdale's ace card is also Power Bond. If you don't know, Power Bond is a fusion card exclusive to machine monsters.
Based. He tricked me with the thumbnail. He put a Cyber Dragon in the thumbnail, but he was actually correct with Power Bond.
And the monster it's summoned gets double attack, but you take damage equal to its original attack at the end of the turn. So it's a risk-reward kind of thing, but the reward is definitely worth the risk. And you might be thinking, why isn't Cyber Dragon Zane's ace? Well, I mean, it probably is. As iconic as Cyber Dragon is to Zane, I think Power Bond is equally so, and I feel like there's a lot more emphasis on the Power Bond card. I mean, Cyber Dragon is great, don't get me wrong, it's my favorite monster, and the fact that Cyber Dragon fuses with like every single one of Zane's monsters, it's literally the core of his deck. Cyber Dragon is just great. It's a level 5 machine monster that if you have no monsters and your opponent patrols one, you can special summon it. Also, while we're in this category, Zane used a Cyber deck. Another character that used a Cyber deck was Chancellor Shepherd. His ace monster was
Cyber Ogre?
Cyber Ogre 2. Chess Princeton, I would have thought would have been hard to pin down with how much he's...
Wait, hold on. With Chaz, it's a little hard because he has a lot of like random stuff in his deck. Like you could make a case for the Armed Dragons, for the Oyamas. Hello, Suri. Welcome. Raise your hand if you have compulsory. That's Cyber Dragon. I can't raise my hand. I've never done that. Oyama Yellow, Oyamas, Armed Dragon, XYZ. It's confirmed in season 4 that Yellow is his ace. That's crazy. Confirmed. I'm eating leftover pizza. I want leftover pizza. I hope you enjoyed your pizza. Oyamas, it would be the yellow, right? I guess the yellow one is the main one.
Decks change over the course of the series. Like, he plays a lot of different stuff. What he has is a lot of different boss monsters. VWXYZ, Dragon Cannon, Armed Dragon level 10. He played like the Chaphonian cards. I think he had Infernal Incinerator as a boss monster for a while. But they're boss monsters. We don't care about them for this video. His ace monster was the Ojama Trio. Specifically, Ojama Yellow, a level 2 beast monster with...
Look at this beast! Look at this! Look at our goat right here. Amazing. This is what peak performance looks like. And you know what? I'm gonna say it again. I said it before in different videos, but I wish Chaz kept that Don Salug, like, and actually use it. It would have been amazing. But yeah, no, this is it. It's Yoyama's, yeah.
0 attack and 1000 defense. How do I know Ojama Yellow is his ace? Well, a majority of the cards in his deck revolve around the Ojama cards. It is his spirit partner as well. It's always talking to him as much as it annoys him. And of course, in Chaz's big duel in the final season, he plays against Asta Phoenix, dresses Ojama Yellow for the majority of this as well, and he manages to beat Asta with Ojama Yellow, and when he does this, he even states that that monster is his ace in that moment. Done and dusted.
Oh my god, I confirmed!
Huffington, he played like an Australian themed deck, and his ace monster, he looks like a koala. That's the whole thing, he's meant to look like a koala. So his ace monster is Des Koala, a level 3 dark beast type monster that when it's flipped up, it inflicts 400 damage to the opponent for every card in their hand. The only wrench with Des Koala would be the fact that he designed a card called Aya's Rocks Sunrise.
Oh, that's the card that he designed, right? Yeah, I thought he did keep his Dark Scorpions. At least he had them at the end episode. And the end of the episode, they appear. They had a sleepover. Yeah, he kept the cards, but he never used them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I like the idea of him keeping the cards and having like all of them like as spirits. But as far as I know, he never used them, right? None of them. Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't remember if he did. If he did, like, he probably did it once, but I don't remember. Dark Scorpion or Yama support when it will be so amazing if it happens. But yeah, very Australian. Aside from Jim Crocodile, yeah.
And it's quite a sentimental card to him. Chumley has a dad, Mr. Huffington. I don't think he has a first name. Mr. Huffington owns a sake company. So of course,
dude, I didn't know that this was censored in the dub because he did like the bottles were like spicy like sauce, right? And apparently that was censored and it was alcohol. And I was like, what? What? It was alcohol this whole time? It wasn't spicy sauce? Okay.
Of course, you would play a sake-based deck. And you would play 1 bottle of sake as your ace card. Of course, in the dub, those aren't his ace cards. They swapped the sake and the sake company with hot sauce. It's 1 bottle of hot sauce.
Just a little bit more hot sauce. You can handle it.
You are so very generous.
I should have known. This looks so fake now that I know about it. Now that I know about it, why is... what's going on here? What is the cat doing, dude? I get drunk off hot sauce all the time. No, yeah, obviously. But that's... yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. I don't know how this got me.
My pleasure, and your cat's from the look of it.
It doesn't make any sense. Who would drink hot sauce like this? Disgusting.
I don't think they were drinking it. I didn't think about it. I just assumed that they had it there and they were like dipping whatever they were eating on it, right? Imagine taking a shot of hot sauce like that. I would do it. I would do it.
Now, he is someone I almost want to say doesn't have an ace monster because he plays so many different decks throughout the series, and like his whole thing with Bastion is a million different decks. He always builds a new deck to counter whatever people play. But if I had to associate him with a card, I'm just going to say it's Water Dragon. I mean, it's a cool card. It makes all fire and pyro monsters on the field go down to 0. In the opening cutscene of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, we also see a Fire Dragon, and he never plays this card throughout the rest of the series. So
hold on, chat. There's this dog outside barking so much. Okay, we're back. Why he never used a Fire Dragon, dude? What was the point of putting it in the opening? Yeah.
I'd love to know if this card, what effect would it have had? Would he have been able to use Water Dragon and Fire Dragon on the same field? I just wonder. I wonder what he could have done with that. Tyranno Hasselbury. His ace card was, of course, the level 8 dinosaur type monster.
Is that not the boss monster?
Super Conductor Tyranno. Its effect wasn't great. You contribute a monster to deal 1000 damage, and you couldn't attack with that monster. Not great. It's upgraded form in the real world, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. quite devastating. But why is it his ace? Well, he loves dinosaurs. He broke his leg or his arm or whatever when he was a kid, and he had a dinosaur bone put in to replace it as well, so now he has dino DNA.
So they used the dinosaur bone I found to save my leg. Ever since, I've had what they call dino DNA.
I love this, dude. I love this. Dino DNA. Dude, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! That way he says that, yeah, he's like, making the accent there. That is so funny. That is so funny.
It just makes sense he would have a dinosaur monster as his ace monster. And the same thing can be said for Jim Crocodile Cook. Similar case, he is half geologist, half duelist. He loves fossils. Loves them. So what would you play? A fossil deck. What would your ace card be? Fossil Fusion.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. The fusion spell.
That lets you use both graveyards to fuse with. You can use the bones of your opponents and your monsters to merge them together and make something cool. I think that's really awesome. I like that. Aster Phoenix is an interesting case because he doesn't really put that much emphasis on any of his main deck monsters.
Yeah, just is it either Plasma or Dogma, right? Or is there a spell that he uses? I don't remember. A fusion between water and fire dragon could have been cool. Steam, like the Steam Dragon, the Steam Hydra, maybe.
He has a lot of boss monsters, several of them, but
Oh yeah, it was Red Master at the start, right? Then Dogma and then Plasma. I mean, I guess like Destiny and Dragoon will be the boss, and Plasma will be the ace monster because Plasma was the card from his dad, right? Maybe Diamond Dude. I don't think Diamond Dude will be the guy, the dude.
I think his ace monster is, of course, Destiny Hero Plasma. This
Yeah.
card is the last card his murdered father made, and I think that makes it de facto his ace card. And with its ability to just yoink an opponent's monster and add half of its attack onto its own, it's a good card as well. It's definitely worth keeping on the field, and the fact that it just like nullifies all of a card effects on the field is just really good. And if we want to get technical, this card was a shared ace monster. The other character to have Destiny Hero Plasma as an
Oh yeah, with the D.
ace monster was the D, the guy that killed Aster Phoenix's dad and just took the card, so there you go. And while we're on Aster as well, we also have Sartorius. Sartorius's ace monster is a tough one because, well, there's
Isn't
quite a
the
lot of
world?
Arcana Force monsters that could compete
Is on the field spell?
position. I mean, a lot of them kind of fall into boss monster category, but I'm just going to give it to Arcana Force XXI. The world.
XXI.
The world, basically. I know this isn't an in-law reason. The voice actor for Sartorius in the Japanese is the same voice actor that plays Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Dio has an ability, a stand in the show called The World, so I just think that's kind of fitting.
Okay, dude.
So why would you not have this as the ace monster?
I love this. I love this. I love this.
Sartorius's sister played a mirror deck. I don't really know what her ace was. I'd have to go back and watch the episode. I know she had a monster called Dark Creator.
Wait, that's the guy. That's the guy.
A boss monster. So I'll let you guys tell me what was her ace. She had some mirror cards. Were any of those that seemed special, or like she kept throughout the entire duel? Let me know. Now Jesse Anderson, obviously his most iconic card is Rainbow Dragon.
That's the
but
boss.
that's not his ace monster. That's just like his super uber boss monster.
It's
one of a
Sapphire
kind card. I want to
Pegasus!
say his ace is Sapphire Pegasus. You don't realize how much work this card does. It's such a good card in a Crystal Beast deck. It's literally
Dude, that Sapphire Pegasus is like the MVP. And every time he appears, like Sapphire Pegasus is doing absolutely everything.
the core of the deck. It does so much. It's just strong. But it's not his ace. It's probably Crystal Beast Ruby Carbuncle, which is
No,
also
shut
his
up.
spirit partner, and it has the ability that when it's special summoned from the Crystal Beast zone, I'm pretty sure that was its effect, it special summons all the Crystal Beasts to the field. So, I feel more Sapphire Pegasus, but I'm probably Ruby Carbuncle, right? Yubel Possessed, Jesse, probably Advanced Dark as his
The field spell?
ace card. And obviously
That thing had like all the effects or something. I don't remember. Like it was like huge. It was huge.
The boss monster is Rainbow Dark Dragon. Now, Axel Brody's ace is probably going to be Volcanic Doomfire. It's a cool card. That's like an ace boss monster. He keeps it from the start all the way to the end. I would like to make a case for Blaze Accelerator if you didn't want that as an ace card. This just works so well with the deck, and it's just like a core part of it. And obviously, it upgrades into its boss card form, Tri-Blaze Accelerator. Axel's dad, who makes a very slight appearance in the final season, which isn't really his dad. It's like a possession from the darkness and stuff. But it's Volcanic Queen. Adrian Gecko. At first, Adrian plays Cloudians. And I'm just going to say his awesome ace card was the Cloudian Eye of the Typhoon card. But then he sacks off that deck to play an Exodia deck. I think his new ace card in that becomes Exodius, the ultimate Forbidden Lord. And that has to be his ace card. Do you know why? Because he basically kills his girlfriend to get this deck. So I mean, you can't get a deck and be like,
girlfriend. I didn't catch that from the dub. I didn't catch that. I don't think they were like, they were close like that. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know if I like this deck that much. You've come too far at that point. You're like, yes, this is my ace. I'm wholeheartedly invested in this deck now. So yeah, Exodius. Felonious Viper. This is a snake duelist who's kind of evil. I'm gonna say his ace was either Venom Swamp or Phenomenon, the king of poisonous snakes. Obviously that's got an upgraded form, but I think Phenomenon, ace monster, ace card. Velian Crowler's ace, easy and simple, Ancient Gear Golem. Jean-Louis Bonaparte's ace, Toy Emperor. You remember the Shadow Riders? Well, quick round here.
Alright, before we go into the quick round. Venom Swamp was my ace card back in the Duel Links day. Dude, Duel Links can make anything work. There is no way. That is a whole different world. Yeah, Amon sucks, and he's never revived after. Adrian Gecko.
Titan's ace was Pandemonium. Camula's ace, Illusion Gate.
Yeah.
Tanya's ace, Amazonas Arena. Abydos III's Spirit of the Pharaoh. Don Zalug, all of the Dark Scorpions. Amniel, Helios the Magistus. But I want to say Sabtiel, the Philosopher's Stone as well, but Helios. And how can we forget the leader, Kagamaru?
Yeah.
His ace, all three of the sacred beasts. That's pretty cool. Now for the final season, two of the characters, we have Yusuke Fujiwara. His ace was probably going to be honest. He's got his Clear World and his Clear Vice Dragon and all that. They're like boss monsters, and I do like Clear World a lot. I'd love for them to make Clear support. I talk about this all the time. I think his ace monster was obviously honest. It's the card that he had to seal away when he became evil. Honestly, a really good card, by the way. It's a level 4 light fairy monster that when your light monster is attacked, you can discard it to boost your monster attack by the attack of the opponent's monster. It's really good quick effect. Like early hand trap monster as well. It's very strong. Finally, we have the big bad final villain of the entire series, the Darkness Night Shroud. I'd say his ace cards was Zero and Infinity. Did they ever make these in real life? I'm actually not too sure. They like shuffle around and then however many cards are in between them, that's how they got their effects. And he did have a boss monster, but that's for a different video. And I think with that, that's everyone done. If there's any cards I didn't mention today, I'm saving them for the boss monster video. Don't worry. However, if you think I genuinely did miss an ace monster or I got some of them wrong, let me know in the comment section below. Other than that, watch the Duel Monsters version of this video right here.
Watched it.
And have a good day.
Dude, chat. Let me know. Like, I want everyone in the comments to let me know why I'm wrong about Neos. I really want to know, because there is absolutely no way. There is absolutely no way, dude. Well, I'm gonna defend this. I'm gonna defend this until the end. Until the end. Yeah. No, but I feel like the video was really awesome. Like everything made perfect sense. Even the things that I thought like were gonna get like wrong were like correct. With the Power Bond and with Sapphire Pegasus. Like I was ready because I got clickbait. I saw that in the thumbnail and okay, I'm ready to debate all of this. But then he actually like agree with me. That's awesome. I'm on team polymerization. You know what? I can see it. Neos is getting carried by fusions. But that's the point of the ace monster, right? That's what it does. Bro, just rage baiting Flake Wingman fans again. Neos looks like a Digimon. Yeah, I can see it. I'm on Team Flame Wingman. There's no way there's so many people in Team Flame Wingman. Anyways, let me know in the comments, and you know, let's go for the next one. Sorry, chat. I have to rage bait. What can I say? That's gonna go in the thumbnail. Should we watch the 5Ds right now? I feel like let's take a break from that and go into other videos, and then we're gonna watch the 5Ds. As an OCG reader, he says will always be Terra Firma. Yes, I know, but we're not talking about the manga. We're talking about the anime. Okay.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video.
Alright, we're ready. The next video or later is the 5Ds Ace. Let's watch the 5Ds later. The 5Ds one later. Right now, let's watch this one. Oh boy, this video I also suggested. Dude, you're winning today, Laser. Good suggestions. I think if you watch at least the first season of 5Ds, it might hit harder. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I want to react to a lot of videos that I can't yet, like analysis of a full series. But I can't because I haven't watched the series yet. So I don't know what to do, honestly. I really need to react to it, but I can, like, I need the editor, so yeah. Flame Wingman is his favorite, but Neos is the core after season 2. Of course. 100% Young Maker. I knew you would get it. I knew you would get it. Put the Firma in thumbnail and call it Neos? No. Okay, let's watch this one. Which Yu-Gi-Oh character has the most losses ever? Which Yu-Gi-Oh character? Like, this is not even about the protagonists. It has to be Chaz, right? It has to be Chaz.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So have you ever sat at home and asked yourself the question, gee, I wonder which Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime character has the most losses ever? No? Nobody? Just me? Well,
No,
I decided to put together...
This is such a cool question. Like, this is such a cool question. Because the one who loses the most has to be one of the ones who duel the most too, right? It's not about win percentage, it's about like the number of losses, right? Or are we going for percentage?
A top 10 list of the most losingest characters
in Blue Girl or Blue Angel, I don't know which one is this.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime history. Now, before we begin with the list, I do want to say there is no correlation between how good a character is and how good their dueling ability is. Sometimes characters that get a lot of wins may feel stale and like they're not really developing, whereas characters who are not really good duelists do still get a lot of really good development. So in no way is this list me trying to make fun of characters or take shots at characters or anything like that.
All right.
I also do want to go over some criteria. So all 7 Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows are in play, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters all the way through Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, and we are only going to be looking at 1 versus 1 losses, or like 1v1v1 losses, if I feel it makes sense.
On screen, mostly. I feel like this mostly is here because of Yuma.
And it's applicable. There are a lot of times where characters on this list will have lost in a 2v1 setting or a 2v2 setting, and I'm not counting those. I'm also not counting off-screen duels. That way we're not going to have Yuma at number 1 because he lost to Bronk 20-something times off-screen.
Oh, okay.
We are only looking at 1v1 duels where the majority of them, or a good amount of them, does take place on screen. So with that being said...
Okay, well, I'm already like suspicious about this. Because when we don't have like clear established rules, that's where it gets weird. But yeah, you know, I'm optimistic.
Let's begin. These are the 10 most losingest characters in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime history. I hope you guys enjoy. Kicking off this list is actually 4 characters tied for 7th, starting with Edo from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, who had 5 losses throughout the GX series. So already right off the bat, you can tell that for any character to be on this list, they needed to have lost at least 5.
What? He lost 5 times? He lost to... I guess he lost to Jaden twice. He lost to Chaz. He lost to Sartorius. Okay.
1v1 duels throughout their respective show. Edo lost to Judai twice, Manjome in the final season, Amon when Amon summoned Exodia, and Sayu in the penultimate duel for the second season of GX. Now, what's interesting about Edo actually having as many losses as he does is that Edo was not around when GX first started. It took a handful of episodes before Edo even debuted, which wasn't until the beginning of Season 2. So if Edo had been around from the start, he may actually be even higher on this list. Even so, he racked up a good amount of losses throughout GX and does kick off the list as one of the 10 most losingest duelists in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
I guess so. I never thought about it. I actually never thought about it because he's always meant to be like one of the best duelists, right? He's always presented as like a top tier guy, right?
Another character tied for 7th is Shark from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. Shark also lost a total of 5 times. But what's hilarious about this entry is that Shark only lost to 2 different characters.
No
he lost
way,
to Kaito
dude.
once and Yuma on 4 different occasions. Every other character on this list has lost to at least 4 different characters. Shark only lost, again, to 2. He just got smacked around by Yuma so many times throughout Zexal, and because of all those losses to Yuma, he actually does creep into this top 10 as one of the most losingest Yu-Gi-Oh characters ever, which is not really something I think of when I think of Shark. I don't really think of that when I think of most rival characters, but hey, what are you gonna do? Shark is one of the characters tied for 7th on this list.
Oh, okay, that should put him in like like last. Like that is already seems like worse than what Aster had.
Another character tied for 7th is Go Onizuka from Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Go also lost 5 times. Go lost to Revolver, Soulburner, Eye, and Playmaker twice. What I find hilarious about this entry is think about the names of the characters that Go lost to. Playmaker, Soulburner, Revolver, and I, and remember that's when I was a human in the final season of Vrains. Arguably, the 4 toughest opponents in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains series. So Go did have a lot of losses throughout Vrains, but he wasn't losing to cupcake opponents. He was losing to really difficult challengers, and that was one of maybe the issues with Go and maybe some other characters in Vrains as well. They weren't necessarily bad duelists, but their records don't really reflect that because they ran into Playmaker, Soulburner, and Revolver so much. Go definitely fits that criteria, and so even though he is on this list, all of the characters he lost to are very tough opponents. Nonetheless, Go does come in tied for 7th.
Yeah, I guess that's what shows usually do, that they show like one character, like how strong the other guys are by facing this one. Something like that, I guess. I don't know. He was playing a tier 0 deck, he lost once and switched to a tier 16 deck. My boy George Gore. Oh my god. No way, dude.
Character tied for 7th is Mimi Itachi from the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's anime. Mimi lost to Yuga, Yoshio, Roa, Swirly, and Roman. What's a little sad about this entry
5 different characters. I don't know anything about this, but sure.
Is Mimi only had 5 duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, whereas the other 3 characters had a lot of big wins, Edo and Shark even beating the protagonists of their show at least once. Mimi did not have a single win, and so the fact that a Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's character who only dueled 5 times is one of the 10 most losingest characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! history is a little sad. But what are you going to do? Mimi is a winner in a lot of our hearts, but not a winner on the dueling field. Coming in 6th is Shingo from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 with 6 losses. I really thought Sawatari was going to be very high on this list. Now, if you're familiar with my content, I often refer to Shingo as 0-9 Shingo, but really the criteria of what counts for this list saves Shingo from being much higher. Shingo lost to Yuya twice, Yuto, Sector Security, Yugo, and I am counting the 4-way Battle Royale duel that he...
I thought these things didn't count. Are we counting when he lost to Sark too? Are we counting that?
lost in as an eligible loss for this list. I am excluding his duels against Kaito and the Tyler sisters because they were tag duels he did with Gongenzika, and I'm excluding his loss against Zark because I feel like that duel is just kind of too subjective to put into a list given the 1v1 criteria that I want to try to stick to. So Shingo does have 9 total losses. I feel like only 6 are eligible for this list. I know a lot of people love Shingo. He's not my favorite character, and I do find it hilarious that he really never won a single duel throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. I know he had a lot of tough matches.
Wait, he never won? I was told that he was the Chaz of Arc 5, but I didn't think it would be like that. I didn't think it would be like that. Abyss Actor is based, Josen is based, all his decks were based. Yeah. Wow.
He did have a lot of memorable duels. His second duel against Yuya was great. His duel against Yugo was very good. But Shingo, 0-9 Shingo, comes in 6th place with 6 losses on this list.
I am him, I've been him, I will continue to be him. Thank you, Inti. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're okay.
We have 2 characters tied for 4th, the first being Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters.
Wow.
So our first Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, and actually our only Duel Monsters character, does appear on this list pretty high up, and it's one of my personal favorites in Joey Wheeler. Joey lost to Kaiba twice, Duke Devlin, Yami Yugi, Yami Marek, Mai, and Siegfried, and I am excluding his...
You know what? I take all of this except for losing to fucking Dog. Doug? Mr. Devlin here. Also, this is filler, this doesn't count.
His losses against Yugi and Taya because they were in the first 2 episodes and they were playing the table.
Was this filler? I actually don't know anymore. Duke. Dude, I don't even know anymore. I've been fully consumed by hatred, jealously, and lust. Okay.
Top. I don't really view them as actual duels. So Joey had 7 losses in my eyes throughout Duel Monsters. Joey was one of my favorite characters to watch. I thought his growth was great, and I think he is a great example of a character being on this list and being one of the most losingest characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, but still being a really well-written character. Joey...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he may have lost a lot, but he... Like, that's the point of the character, right? That he never gave up, and he kept, like, getting better and better, right? That's huge. That's huge. I don't think you can call it filler when Duke became part of the main gang. I guess. I don't know.
He comes in tied for 4th in this list. Another character tied for 4th is Yuma Tsukumo from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, who also racked up 7 1v1 losses in his show. He lost to Caswell, Shark, Bronk, Roku twice. I am counting both of those Roku duels. Lilybot and Kaito. Now,
who are these characters, dude? I only know these 2. Like, I've seen this guy, right? But like, what is this?
What's really interesting about this is Yuma became an absolute machine in the second half of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. So all of these losses were really just in the first half of his show.
Oh.
He didn't lose at all in the second half of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. So it's interesting that even though he was invincible in that second half, he still lost so many times that he is one of the most losingest characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I think Yuma, much like Joey though, a really well-written character who got a lot of development as the show went on. Yuma and Joey are tied for 4th as the most losingest Yu-Gi-Oh! Character in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. We have 2 characters tied for 2nd.
What do you mean Roku is Yugi? That is one of the biggest fan theories. Roku is an old Yugi because he played... What? He played Dark Magician and Blue Eyes? Really? I didn't know that. That would have been really cool to see without getting spoiled. But I'm already like spoiled with many things, so it doesn't matter. I didn't know that. I didn't know those monsters appearing in other anime. That's really cool. Duke was in the manga too? Yeah. I mean that series of episodes, I guess. I don't know. Lilybot was the trash bot. So funny.
The first is Otis from Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. Much like Mimi, Otis is a really sad entrant onto this list because he went 0-8 in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. He did not have a single win. He lost to Yuga 3 times, Doha Yuga, Swirly, Luke, Gakuto, and Roman. I am counting.
But I've never seen any of these characters, except for the protagonist, obviously. Hello, hello, Poltato. Welcome, welcome. Lilybot was a janitor bot. Awesome.
The duels he had against Luke Gakuto.
What is it? Oats is zero backwards? This is ruined for me now.
And Roman in episode 24 has 3 separate duels because it was very clearly stated that it was 3 different copies of him dueling those 3 characters. If you think that it should be just 1 duel, you can deduct it to 6. Either way, Otis is going to be on this list in some capacity. I believe he lost 8 times. Otis is well, I don't want to get too into spoiler territory, but he's an important character in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. And the fact that he has the second most losses in Yu-Gi-Oh! History is crazy because he only dueled 8 times and he did not win a single duel that he was in. Maybe the less said about Otis at this point, the better. But Otis is tied for second on this list with actually another Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s character.
Really?
Another character tied for second is Odo Yuga with 8 losses, the main protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. Yuga lost to Luke twice, Roman, Roa, Nail, Asana, Yuo, and Tiger. Now, a good amount of these duels, Yuga was blindsided by a summoning method. Nail and Asana blindsided him with maximums, while Yuo blindsided him with...
this time I actually have never seen any of these characters.
Show's first fusion summon. So 3 of those losses, maybe Yuga had a bit of an unfair advantage, but it doesn't change the fact that he is one of the most losingest characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, and it doesn't change the fact that he has lost the most amount of times out of any Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonist. Now, it's pretty fascinating that 3 Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s characters make this list, even though Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s was only 92 episodes in comparison to a 150 episode runtime that a lot of its predecessors got. I think the reason for that is Yu-Gi-Oh!
Because there is more duels in this.
7s focuses on rush duels, which, much like the name of the dueling style would imply, a lot of those duels were 1 episodes. And so you fit in a lot more duels in the 92 episodes that 7s aired than you did in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, even though Vrains had 30 more episodes, because Master Duels take a little bit longer to write, and a lot of the Vrains duels were 2 to 3 episodes. So I think that's the reason that even though 7s was significantly shorter than all the other Yu-Gi-Ohs, you have 3 characters making the top 10 on this list. But hey, that's just my thoughts on it. Yuga and Otis are tied for second for the most losses in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Before we get to our number 1 character...
I think it's gonna be Chaz. Chad, I think I was memeing. I didn't think he was actually gonna be him. I thought like, yeah, I haven't watched all the series. There is no way, right?
And the character that has the most losses in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I do want to go over a couple of honorable mentions. Yuya Sakaki lost 4 times, Mai lost 4 times, Aoi lost 4 times, and I'm not including the loss that she had against Ai when she tag dueled with Akira. If you want to include that, then technically Aoi did lose 5 times, but again, doesn't meet the qualifications. Asuka only lost 3 times. I'm not counting the Omnell and Truman losses because we didn't really see those at all on screen, even though she did lose those duels. And Rex Raptor, my god, he only has 3 losses that qualify for this list, but he lost to Gurimo and Siegfried while he tag dueled with Weevil. He lost to Mai in the bedroom going to Duelist Kingdom in more...
The what? Wait, what?
With Weevil. He lost to Mai in the bedroom going to Duelist Kingdom in more ways than one. And he lost to Weevil on TV in episode 2 when they were showing the national championships. So Rex really has like 7 or 8 losses, but only 3 of them are eligible for this list. And so those are a couple of honorable mentions, a couple of characters that were close to cracking this list, but
oh no.
Just missed out. Our number 1 character, the character that has the most losses in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is...
Yeah. Let's go.
That's right.
That's my GOAT right there. That's my favorite character right there. No way. That's huge.
It's Manjome Thunder, Chaz Princeton from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, who has 9 losses, maybe 11, and I'll get into that in just a little bit. Manjome has lost to Bastion, Asuka, Sayu, Ammon, and Judai 5 times. It is the most amount of times any single character has lost to the same character. Shark losing to Yuma 4 times was bad. Manjome lost to Judai 5 times throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and we're not even counting the first encounter they had, which ended as a no result, which Judai would have won had the duel continued. Now, I'm also not including the duels against Truman and Amnel. Even though it is very obvious that Manjome lost those 2 duels, they're not shown enough on screen for me to comfortably add them to the list. If you want to add them, you can, and then Manjome lost 11 times. Either way, though, he's at the top of this list.
No matter what, he's number 1. That's my goal right there. That's my goal right there. That's huge. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Going into this, my prediction for most losses was between Manjome or Shingo, so I'm not too surprised that Manjome is up here. He is definitely a fan favorite, beloved by a lot of people for the goofiness that he brings. I always loved the manga version of Manjome, who I thought was just a more well-rounded character. I'm not a huge fan of Manjome personally in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I don't think it's because he lost as many times as he did, but I don't know, maybe subliminally, I do feel like he lost a little too much. I think the writers maybe gave Manjome a couple more losses than he needed against Judai specifically and against a lot of characters. But there you have it. If you've ever wondered which character has lost the most amount of times in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, your answer, Manjome Thunder with 9 to 11 losses. And guys, that wraps it up. Those are the 10 most losingest characters in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, there may have been a couple characters that I missed, to be honest. I went through each of these shows very, very thoroughly, and I feel pretty good that this is a true and accurate list, but maybe a character or two did slip through the cracks. Again, we are only looking at 1v1, mostly on-screen duels. Tag duel losses do not count. Flashback losses do not count. And I think with all of that criteria in place, I do believe that this is a pretty accurate list. But let me know your thoughts on this. Let me know if you kind of agree with my reasoning as to why there's so many 7s characters on this list, and I just think it's because of rush duels being
that makes perfect
master
sense.
duels. Let me know if you think there is actually any correlation between most amount of losses or maybe not that many losses versus you enjoying a character. Maybe you like when characters lose a lot because it gives them a
yeah, exactly. That's why Chaz is my favorite character, right? It's like because he loses a lot. It's so funny, right? It's so relatable. I don't know. I really like all of Chaz's duels. Like the duels are really fun. It's always such a fun character to see. Not necessarily because it's funny, but it's also really hype. Like when he wins, it's also really hype. That's why I like the character a lot. So just because a character like loses a lot doesn't mean that I cannot enjoy the duels.
A chance to overcome and shine, but maybe there is a limit to that, and seeing a character lose 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times does make that character a little harder to take seriously in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime setting. Let me know. I want to hear all your takes on it. But guys, no matter what, thank you so much for watching, and I really, really hope you enjoyed. This has been the 10 most losingest characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Thank you so much for watching. A special thank you to my Platinum tier patrons.
Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna skip this a little bit, sorry.
Take care, guys.
Oh, I clicked my mistake.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan.
Okay. You know what, Chad? I really enjoyed this video. Very, very cool. Very awesome topic. And I love it. That Chaz doesn't concern himself with silly concepts such as winning. Imagine winning. Cringe. Cringe, cringe. But yeah, thank you for recommending this video. Really awesome. Thank you, thank you. I just watched the Digimon Beat Break review from him. Oh, he does other things that are not Yu-Gi-Oh! Interesting. Alright, let's go for the next one. Just eats those L's like a champ. Yeah, he's the best. this is, oh my god, this is 29 minutes. We're not watching this one. What is this? Ranking statistically the best Yu-Gi-Oh best friend. Alright, let's watch this one. And then we're gonna watch this one, who dueled the most, and that's gonna be it for today.
How's it going, guys? And welcome to Statistically, who is the best friend in Yu-Gi-Oh? I need to make a quick distinction first. When I say statistically the best, I mean throughout their series.
Dude, the audio mixing is so weird. But yeah, let's watch it anyways. To be fair, there hasn't been a new Yu-Gi-Oh anime announced for a while. Oh, I guess so. Did you ever watch that if Uno was an anime? I think I watched it like a long time ago. But not on stream, not on stream. I didn't react to it on stream. Ranking statistically the best Yu-Gi-Oh best friends. Let's watch.
How's it going, guys? And welcome to Statistically, who is the best friend in Yu-Gi-Oh? I need to make a quick distinction first. When I say statistically the best, I mean throughout their series.
I thought we were gonna clarify who is the best friend exactly. I feel like that's something harder to do.
Statistically, the numbers wise, who performed the best. I am not saying that the person that wins today's video or loses in today's video, if you put them all in a room or made them all play some sort of tournament together, these are the results that would come out. I definitely am not saying that. And the reason why I'm stressing this point very much today is because today's results are gonna be shocking. People are gonna be angry after this video, and I just want you all to know that I agree. I completely agree with you all. The results of today's video are only to do with stats. They're not to do with if you...
I already see Joey being last. I already see it.
All these characters dueled together. I just need you all to understand that before you start smashing the dislike button and telling me how this character would not be able to beat everyone. I'm pretty much spoiling what's going to happen in this video. Today, we're doing a statistically the best video of the best friends in Yu-Gi-Oh! These characters are, of course, Joey Wheeler from Duel Monsters, Cyrus Truesdale from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Crow Hogan from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Bronx Stone from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, Gongen Zaka from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, and Soul Burner from Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains. The way that I've chosen these characters, these are the people that were the closest, really, to the main character. There are a couple characters I probably could have threw in today's video, like Cyrus Truesdale. You could also have Jesse Anderson, for example. He sort of
No, Jesse is not his best friend. He's his lover. They are boyfriends. Okay, it's not Jesse. Please get it right.
A later best friend in the series. As well, maybe for Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, instead of Bronk, I could have gone with Shark, but Shark I used for one of the rivals, so he's had his time in the spotlight. Let's give someone else a chance, shall we? And maybe for the latest season, Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains, instead of Soul Burner, we could have gone with Kusanagi, because he is technically his best friend. He wasn't that much of a duelist. He did duel, though, so I feel like we could throw that in there, but I'm going to stick with these guys for the time being. We're not going to do any extra ones like we did with the villains. These are the guys we're going to stick with today. Now, if this is one of your first times on the Statistically series, basically the way this works is we're going to find out how each character did throughout their series. If it was ever mentioned that they won a duel, if it was ever mentioned that they lost a duel, if it was said that they lost 50 million duels off screen by a character, those are counted because it was mentioned. And some people might think that's unfair to count off-screen duels.
It is
or
unfair.
Duels when they were younger before the series started. But I like to include all this because I want to be thorough. And we're going to be including the amount of duels a character had, the total wins and losses to give a...
Yeah, we already know the formula for
We're
this.
also going to tally some points together. So we'll give 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and -1 for a loss to punish people that maybe over-dueled but lost a lot. And then finally, I'm going to take those positions where everyone came and come up with a final score. And that's going to determine who is statistically the best friend in Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah, I'm not going to waste any more time. Let's just jump straight into this video with Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Joey Wheeler.
I'm gonna win this tournament and the prize money. I'm gonna make sure you don't lose your eyesight and show you that beautiful ocean one more time.
Joey Wheeler, a fan favorite character, and personally, one of my favorite ones on today's list. He was the best friend, of course, to Yugimoto. He had been there since the very beginning, along with Tristan and Taya, but Tristan I wouldn't really call that much of a duelist. He did duel, but it was Joey, obviously. Joey played only 32 duels throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters series. We realized that Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters characters have such few duels because the length of their duels was so big. because it was a much slower paced game. So all of the Duel Monsters characters have suffered in terms of duels, but he had 32 duels, which, believe it or not, is actually quite good for a best friend in the Yu-Gi-Oh series.
Really?
He actually is one of the people on this list I would actually call a Deutero agonist. He was just as important to the plot as everybody else. But out of those 32 duels, he had 14 wins, 14 losses, 1 draw, and 3 DNFs. DNF stands for did not finish. The duel got interrupted. Unfortunately, Joey did have roughly 14 duels. He had 4 off-screen losses against Taya in the very first episode. This is before he
see, that doesn't count. How can I'm tired of saying this I shouldn't say. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything.
properly knew how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but we're counting everything as on their official record. So unfortunately, those 4 losses do add up, giving him a 14 losses, but he still had 10 anyway. Now, a lot of you do know that one of the losses that Joey suffered was against Marek Ishtar, and for all intents and purposes, he was going to win that duel. The only reason he didn't was because he passed out due to Marek's Shadow Realm stuff, but I do feel bad not giving him this win because it was literally all he has to do was summon the monster and say attack, but he passed out before this. But due to my own criteria, if a character lost, regardless of circumstances, they still lost. So I'm sorry I can't give him that. Joey's 1 draw was against Yugi while he was possessed by Marek. It's a bit like, should I give him this draw? But yeah, I guess it was him dueling, even though it was Marek dueling through him. It's a bit of a weird one, but I think that's fine. And his only DNF was against Yugi. At the end of Battle City, of course, Yugi owned the Red Eyes Black Dragon card. So he said that we should duel each other, and if you win, you can get Red Eyes back. And you'll see in the next season, he has Red Eyes back. So it could be assumed that Joey won this duel. It could also be assumed that maybe Yugi beat him, and he said, you played so well, here's your Red Eyes anyway. It's up for interpretation. And
We're
because
just
it's up for
saying
interpretation,
things.
I'm going to take it as a DNF. We don't know the outcome, so I'm going to stick with that. So overall, Joey had a 50% win ratio, which is, well, it's 50%, isn't it? It's just 50%. Next up, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX's Cyrus Truesdale.
Now let's see. A normal trap can counter a normal spell, a quick play spell can beat a ritual spell, and a double knot beats a single knot.
The younger brother to my favourite character in all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, Zane Truesdale, Cyrus played a Roid deck, which not that very good, if I'm being completely honest with you. If you didn't know, on the 4th season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which never got dubbed, so many of you might not know about this, he actually inherited Zane's Cyber Dark deck, and he kind of mashed it together with his Roids and created kind of like a hybrid deck. It was kind of cool, it was interesting, but regardless, he only played 21 duels throughout his series.
Wow.
Now keep in mind that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX characters get a lot of bumped up stats. For instance, Chaz and Jaden both have bumped up stats, and I think Alexis did as well, but only 21 duels from Cyrus. Out of those 21 duels, he only had 9 wins. He had 5.
What? Fun fact about Cyrus is voiced by Wayne Grayson, the same VA as Joey? What? I'm just finding right now? This is how I find out? Really? Really? I've never heard of that. Really? Wow. Yeah, I had no idea. They have completely different voices. I had no idea. I had no idea. That's awesome. What a really talented and skilled voice actor, because I had no clue.
5 losses, 0 draws, 7 DNFs. Basically, Cyrus got really lucky with the 7 DNFs. Most likely, he would probably have lost this based on these results, but he had a 64.29% win ratio. Cyrus was never really my favorite duelist. I definitely think he did get better over the series, as you could see by him going from Cypher Red to Ra Yellow to Obelisk Blue. And I kind of wished all the characters did that, but regardless, 64.29%. Cyrus Truesdale.
Yeah, and now no one, absolutely anyone will say that Cyrus is a better duelist than Joey, right? That is out of a question, right? That makes no sense.
Cyrus Truesdale. Next up, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Crow Hogan.
Stop running and drop to the floor!
Oh, I'll drop to the floor, all right. The ground floor, that is.
Wow, he's so
Crow,
cool.
Definitely a fan favorite in terms of besties on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Crow played 26 duels. Out of his 26 duels, he had
26. Did you say 26?
Besties on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Crow played 26 duels. Out of his 26 duels, he had 19 wins, which is fantastic. 4 losses, 1 draw, and 2 DNF.
Oh, that's huge,
giving
actually.
Crow a 82.61% win ratio, which is fantastic. I would say anything above like 75% is a really good score for a core player in the Yu-Gi-Oh series. Well done, Crow. You did fantastic there, sir. Next up, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal's Bronk Stone.
Look,
who?
Thanks for trying and all, but I'm over this, really.
Bronk Stone. He played 37 duels
What?
in his series. 37 duels, you say? I don't remember Bronk playing that many duels. That's because he had 24 off-screen duels against Yuma.
Wait, oh, we're counting this?
That's
Right, we're
losses in a
counting
row.
this. We're counting. That's absurd, dude.
Kicked my butt that day.
And in those 24 duels, off-screen, he won them all. So, he had a 27 wins out of those 37 duels. He had 7 losses, 0 draws, 3 DNFs, which gives Bronk Stone a 79.41%.
Nah.
Yeah, this is the only time I'm going to admit it might be a problem adding off-screen
You
duels.
think so?
I feel like it should be capped when you play someone 24 times in a row and you slap them 24 times. You know, like when you do the same combo over and over again in something like Devil May Cry, and because you've done the same combo over again, it's not as stylish, so you don't get as many points. I feel like this comes into play here. But the thing is, if I take away these wins, he only has 3 wins and 7 losses, which is awful.
Yeah.
And that is, honestly, in my personal opinion, what I think Bronk should be at. But it defeats...
No, he should be the worst. What is this?
Today's video, because I said I'm going to stick to what they said in the series. And by God, I'm going to stick to what they said. I'm so sorry for the results we're going to get
No,
later.
you have to do it again. You have to remake it. You just noticed that it makes no sense. You're finding out right now why. Oh
I
my
really
God.
am. But stick around for the end. I promise you, I will give you something to redeem what's going to happen later.
Okay,
But
cool.
let's move on, shall we, to Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5's Gongen Zaka.
It's time for Gon's 2 sword-swinging super heavy samurais to say bye-bye and hit the road.
Gongen Zaka plays.
I just saw a really cool video in the recommended list. We're gonna save that for next time. Are you gonna see it on screen? Oh yeah, there it is. Top 10 duels. Yeah, for next time.
21 duels. Out of those 21 duels, he had 9 wins, 6 losses, 1 draw, and 5 DNFs. Gongen Zaka wasn't really focused on very heavily in his series. I could have gone with Sawatari as well, but Sawatari wasn't really a best friend. He became more of a fanboy. He didn't do that much better either. So Gongen Zaka had a 60% win ratio, which is okay, but it's nothing to write home about really. But Gongen Zaka, 60%. Next up, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains' Soul Burner.
The name is Soul Burner. I'm only telling you my name because I figured you'd like to know who's sending you home in ashes.
Now, if there's
He's so cringe. I'm sorry, but that was really cringe.
character on today's video that I feel like should be classed as the best sidekick character, just using personal biases, I do think it's Soul Burner. He played tremendously throughout his series, and he has still one of the top tier decks, a Salaman Great deck. I know it's been nerfed a little bit now with like ban lists and stuff, but regardless, Soul Burner played 14 duels. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains series was short, so they didn't get many duels. But how did he do out those 14 duels? Well, Soul Burner had 9 wins throughout his series, and keep in mind that he beat people like Revolver, the main rival of the series. It's like the Seto Kaiba of the series. You think only that Yugi would be able to beat Seto Kaiba, not including like villains and stuff. So you think that Yusaku would be the only person that could beat Revolver. I remember watching the episode and thinking, well, Soul Burner's obviously going to lose this. And he won. So I was like, oh, fair play. And he also beat an I Copy, the main antagonist of the series. So his wins are impressive. He only had 3 losses. His 3 losses were 1 to Bowman and 2 that occurred before the series in flashback. So it's a shame to give him those 2 extra losses, but they were mentioned and they were shown in a little flashback sequence. So he had 3 losses, he had 0 draws, 2 DNFs. So this gives Soul Burner a 75% win ratio, which is good. It's my little criteria thing. I said 75% or above is good. So yeah, those were everybody's stats, all of the best friends. So let's move on to the rankings, shall we? Starting...
Wait, fun fact, also Crow has the same VA as Jesse, just without the accent. Wow, dude, I actually don't know much about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice actors. I didn't know they will They will share it like that. Interesting.
With the total amount of duels each duelist had. In first place is Bronx Stone with 37 duels. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry, everyone. In second place is Joey Wheeler with 32 duels. Well done, Joey. In third place is Crow Hogan with 26 duels. In fourth place is Gongenzaka with 21 duels. In fifth place is Cyrus Truesdale with also 21 duels. However, I gave more to Gongenzaka just because of the fact that he had less DNF, so I thought, at least he's finishing duels, I guess. And finally, in sixth place...
What is that? What's that criteria?
is Soul Burner with only 14 duels. And that is, sadly, a price of being in a shorter series to everyone else. Next up, the win percentage.
What? Tristan and Yusei have the same voice actor? Wow.
Percentages. In first place is Crow Hogan with an 82.61% win ratio. In second place is Bronx Stone with 79.41%. Again, I am so sorry that Bronk is so high up on this list. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please stick around to the end. I'll make it up for you. In third place is Soul Burner with a 75%. In fourth place is Cyrus Truesdale with a 64.29%. In fifth is Gongenzaka with a 60%. And in sixth, unfortunately, is Joey Wheeler with a 50% win ratio. You know what? I'm not going to argue with Joey's win percentage. It's a shame because the tail losses hurt him. But the fact of the matter is, Joey was a luck-based duelist. He relied on luck a lot. He was lucky, but I feel like him being at 50% is a kind of sweet irony, really. He relies on luck in his duels, and he has a 50% win ratio. Yes, he does have skill. I'm not taking that away from him, but... come on, the guy plays like time roulette and everything. So next up is the duel scores. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and -1 for a loss. In first place is Bronx Stone with 74 points. In second place is Crow Hogan with 54 points. In third place is Joey Wheeler with 29 points. In fourth place is Soul Burner with 24 points. In fifth place is Gongenzaka with 22. And in sixth place is Cyrus with 22 as well.
Alright, the only way that the TGS anime can redeem himself here is if he makes another list without counting the Bronxstone off-screen duels, like any of the off-screen duels. Yeah, that's the only way. That's the 50%. I like those odds. Oh my god.
Same reason, he had more DNF, so we put Gong higher. So, using all of these stats, and we're going to be giving these points based on where they came, this is the final score, and statistically, who was the best friend in Yu-Gi-Oh? In sixth place is Cyrus Truesdale with 9 points. In fifth is Gongenzaka with 10 points. In fourth is Soul Burner with 12 points. In third is Joey Wheeler with the bronze with 16 points. In second with the silver is Crow Hogan with 24 points. So that means in gold is Bronx Stone with 28 points. So there you go, guys. Bronk was statistically the best duelist in Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel bad because it's horrible to take someone's win away just because I don't really like the character very much. There's nothing wrong with Bronk, but he has no screen presence. It's just the fact that they said all these duels. It's so unfair that I think, even though technically this was the official result, guys, for everyone else, come with
me. Okay.
I've got a secret backlist. So, if we take away Bronk's wins against Yuma, where he just won over and over again, we'll smallen it down. Not as many, maybe like 1, 2, or 3 wins we'll give to him. These are the real results. Don't say I did this because it ruins the point of the video. It means that I'm corrupt. I've been corrupted, so... in sixth place,
you should really do all
the
other
Stone
ones
with only 6 points this time.
Yeah.
In fifth place is Cyrus Truesdale with 13. In fourth is Gongenzaka with 14 points. In third with the bronze is Soul Burner with 17 points. In second with the silver is Joey Wheeler with 21 points. And with the gold is Crow Hogan from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D.
Okay, but like, do you see the big difference that there is here? And yeah, of course, right? But those losses still went to Yuma, right? We need a real final score for the protagonists, right? Because this still affected Yuma's score because he took those losses.
With 28 points, guys. don't tell anyone about this last little bit. If they ask, Bronx Stone is the best sidekick in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! But between us, it's Crow Hogan with Joey.
Give me the other one. Give me the protagonist
Guys,
one.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
Oh,
It was
okay,
all for
I
a bit
see.
of fun. I hope you enjoyed.
No,
again,
it's not fun.
if
I'm
you
mad.
put these characters into a room together and they dueled each other. These are not the results you would get. This is just showing who was statistically the best based on the stats that were shown in the series. Guys, let me know what you thought in the comment section below. And if you didn't know, this is the last one in the statistically series. We've got something else ready to do, ready to cover. I think anything else, I'll just be kind of pulling at straws. There's no more content really. I guess we could do one that's overall, out of all the characters we've covered, who was overall the best character. I'd be interested to see if it's not a main character, but guys, hope you all enjoyed. Let me know what you thought in the comment section below. Who do you, with your personal biases, think is the best out of these characters? Where would you rate them? But other than that, thank you all for watching. Catch you later. Goodbye, everyone.
Bronx Stone's going up. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we're missing the best Yu-Gi-Oh villains. I'm gonna save that for later. We're gonna watch that one soon, but we're gonna watch it at some point, definitely. For now, I think this is gonna be it. Yeah, I feel like I already... you already know what I think. Don't forget the girls. Wait, there is one for the girls? Interesting. Okay. Hello, Lunary Draws. Welcome. How are you doing? Am I in trouble? Yeah, this bit overall was messy with Brown winning. Yeah, definitely. Know what you wanna see. What? I don't know. You're usually not in my chat, so I was like, did something happen? I was like curious about it. No? Okay. Don't worry. Just ignore me. Can I not support my streamer with my presence? Okay, you know what? I appreciate you, Lunary Draws. I appreciate you and your support. Thank you, Lunary Draws. Thank you. You're the best. Let's go for the last video.
Hello, everyone.
Hey. Actually, hold on. How dare you? We have one more video. Let's chat a little bit. Let's chat a little bit before we go into the next one. Let me get like the proper music for this. Do I have music from... You know what, I've been listening to the Duel Links music for a while, and I really like the ones from the Arc 5 girls. What are they called? Celine, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links theme, and the other three, right? Because there is like 4 girls. Celine, okay. I've been enjoying these themes. I don't know. Very cool, very awesome. Is Yusu, Serena, Ruri, and Rin. The Bracelet Girls have good music. Yeah! Why did they... All of them got like their own music? Even though they are technically the same character? But Chaz and Zane share the same... share the same theme? What? Why is Duel Links like this? What was the criteria for that? Why do those girls that have are literally the same character have unique themes that they are all really good, and Chaz and Zane don't get one? That is so stupid, right? I think they also share the same with Hasselberry and other characters. I'm just like, what? The GX characters get the same theme. That's... Dang. Bastion has the generic NPC theme. Oof. You know what? I will accept that for Bastion, I guess, because he has like different decks. So like Bastion is not as iconic as Zane or Chaz. But like, come on, right? What is this? What are we doing? This was before they had the budget to make so many OSTs. I guess, but still feels like weird. Like we were robbed out of like really cool things. Have you listened to my favorite theme by my boy Jade and Jewel? Yes, I heard it. I mean, it was alright. It's not in my favorites, but it's up there. What I want to do one day is make a tier list, right? For all the... maybe we can do like a tier list for all the Duel Monsters characters. Then we do one for GX. Then for every series. And eventually we do one from the best of each one. And we rate that. We get the best themes, right? We can do that, right? GX released like year 2 of Duel Links. We're in year 9 now. So all characters didn't get the treatment of the new ones. The new ones get like, what is the name of the... what's it called? Rebecca? Rebecca got her own theme? Rebecca got her own theme. She had like 2 duels, I think, in the whole series. And Chaz didn't get one. SMH. Leo Luna Teams is a banger. Yeah, I heard that too. That one is also really good. Yeah. Bastion Magnet Warriors are printed, but not Fire Dragon. Well, yeah. If you ask me, back in early DM and GX, a couple characters share themes in Duel Links, but starting with 5Ds to Gold Rush, at least 2 characters share themes. Serenity has her own theme in Duel Links too? Shut up, dude. There is no way. Serenity had like one, not even a full duel. They should go back and give them new music. Yeah, they should totally do that. They should totally 100% do that. She does look it up. Dang. That sucks. That sucks. That disrespect for the GX characters. The absolute disrespect. Chat, I'm gonna get water really quick. Give me like 1 minute. And then we're gonna watch the last video. And depending on how it goes, maybe we watch one more. Maybe we watch one more video after this, okay? So I'll be back really quick. Give me like 1 minute. I'll be back. Okay. We're ready. All right. Let's see. Which Yu-Gi-Oh characters have dueled the most? Let's watch.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So in today's video, we are going to be looking at the characters throughout the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise that have dueled the most. I'm going to be going in depth.
I'm already like. Oh wait. Let's hit the criteria.
On our top 10, but I will be showing you our top 30. Linked down below is a spreadsheet of every eligible duel, and I have already done a video where I've gone over each series and how many duels were in each series. So I don't want to say that was like a prerequisite to this, but I will have that video linked down below in case you do want to check it out. And in this video, we are going to be looking at characters and not shows. Now, you probably think that our 7 protagonists make up the top 7.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think like probably a character like Chaz has more duels than Playmaker, right? I think.
Portion of this list, but you would be wrong. There is actually a character that has dueled more times than one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonists.
There's only one.
Try to guess which one that is. I'll also be showing you the top 30 at the end of this video, but let's just focus on the top 10 for now. Without further ado, here we go. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters that have dueled the most. I hope you all enjoy. We have 2 characters tied for 9th, the first one being Jack Atlas with 21 total duels. So to be part of the top 10 most dueling characters, you need to have at least dueled 21 times. Seto Kaiba dueled 20.
Whoa. Kaiba is not in here. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Wait, what? Chaz only has 18 duels? Oh, he's not who I thought then. Wait, what? Who? Crow, Shark, Kaito? What the hell?
Times, so he actually just missed out on this list. And Jack is one of only 2 rival characters to make this list, and only one of 2 5Ds characters to make this list, referring to the top 10. Jack Atlas does benefit from being a leading member of Team 5Ds. He was really the first runner in almost every duel, maybe.
I thought he was gonna say Team Satisfaction. I thought he was gonna say Team Satisfaction.
Every single duel, and there were 5 Team 5Ds duels, so I am counting that as one individual duel if that character showed up. And Jack really racked up the duels in really the final like 4th of the show. He dueled against Max, the Crimson Devil, a lot of those Team 5Ds duels against Team Dragon in the exhibition and flashbacks, which count as 2 separate duels. So Jack Atlas really piled on those duels late, and he does just sneak into the top 10 of this list. Another character tied for 9th is Luke from Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s with 21 duels.
Ooh.
So it's crazy to think that Luke had 21 duels. He won 20 of them, only losing the final duel in the final episode, episode 92. And in the video where we went series by series and showed how many duels each Yu-Gi-Oh! Series had, we kind of busted the myth that Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, even though it was way shorter than any other Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, has the least amount of duels. It is on equal footing with most of your spin-offs. 5Ds, Zexal, Arc 5, even the original Yu-Gi-Oh! And Luke was one of the main characters of 7s. At times, he even felt like a protagonist character. He was definitely the deuteragonist and was the second most important character next to Yuga.
Yeah, no clue.
A few arcs even being more focused on him than on the main character of 7s. So it's not too surprising that Luke would sneak his way onto the list as one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime characters that has dueled the most.
Interesting. That makes absolutely perfect sense. Oh, Playmaker.
Coming in 8th, Playmaker with 24 total duels. So yes, that means there is a character that has actually dueled more times than Playmaker, which we will get to in just a little bit. But why is Playmaker so low compared to the other protagonists? You have some protagonists that had about 30 duels, 40 duels, 50 duels, even one that had almost 80 duels. Playmaker almost dueled the same amount of times as Jack and Luke and Kaiba. And when you consider that Playmaker was part of the first 7 Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains duels that took place, it really leaves you baffled as to why there were just so many less Playmakers.
AI Duelist A, AI Duelist B,
duels compared to the other protagonists. And the reason really is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains did not have a lot of duels. Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains only had 56 total duels.
Wow.
And so Playmaker dueling in 24 of them, about half of the duels, isn't really bad. The bad part is that final season, after he defeated Bowman, Playmaker dueled once. He dueled against I in the finale, and that was it. So Playmaker really kind of went cold in that final season and was not featured at all in duels. I didn't even realize that he only dueled one single time that entire final season, as I really became kind of the main protagonist, or at least the main character that we were following in that final arc. And yes, that final arc is short, but when you have a show that only has 120 episodes that features a lot of long 2-3 episode duels, you're going to get some weird results like this. And so Playmaker is significantly lower in terms of total duels than a lot of the other protagonists on this list. Coming in 7th, Joey Wheeler with 26 duels. So this is a fun fact that I don't think I would have believed, but Joey Wheeler, and if you got it right, congratulations, has dueled more times than Playmaker, the main protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, which is crazy. To me, Joey is a phenomenal best friend character, but I did not realize that he dueled nearly as much as he did. But it makes sense. In Duelist Kingdom, while the story was focused on Yugi, there was a huge spotlight and emphasis on Joey being the new and upcoming duelist, and that spotlight didn't change after Duelist Kingdom. He was still that secondary B storyline in much of Battle City. We saw a lot of his Battle City duels featured, and he went very far into the Battle City tournament, which I think also kind of plays a factor here. I mean, he did get to the semis, and you can make a very compelling case he probably should have gotten to the finals and probably should have beaten Marek.
Probably.
He had a lot of duels in the Doma arc in Season 4. He had a nice rivalry with Mai as well as Valen. And so it's not too surprising when you take a step back to think about all the duels Joey had that he shows up so high on this list. But him having more duels than Playmaker, I don't think I would have guessed that one. Number 6, Odo Yugo with 32 duels. So the next 6 characters are going to be the remaining 6 protagonists. It'll be interesting to see if you guys can kind of predict in which order they will be showing up. But Yuga is, by a pretty decent margin, comfortably in 6th place on this list. And it's
I don't remember who, because we're counting like different like than other YouTubers, right? When they count. But I feel like the number 1 is either gonna be like Jaden or Yuma, right? It's either Jaden or Yuma, I think.
Interesting to remember that Yuga dueled in 7 of the first 9 duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, but in the middle portion of the show, and really towards the end, there were a lot of arcs where he just didn't really duel. For instance, in the 5th arc, which lasted 13 episodes, Yuga only had 3 duels.
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s did have a lot of duels to select from. It wasn't very reliant on Yuga, and there were a lot of interesting side matchups that we got. Roman, Gakuto, and Luke all got their fair share of duels, and I think that's a reason why Yuga is lower compared to most of the protagonists on this list.
Okay, I would need to say, like, what sounds think about 7s right now is like, apparently, well, from what I'm hearing, right, because I haven't watched it, obviously, like, I'm not gonna get bored of seeing the same deck every time with the protagonist, right? Because apparently there is a lot of variety in terms of duels. That sounds really interesting. That actually sounds really appealing. So yeah, maybe I will watch it one day.
Coming in 5th is Yugimoto with 39 duels. So I don't have too much to say about this. The next 3 protagonists are all separated by only 3 duels. Much like with the amount of duels each series had, there seemed to be that sweet spot where most of the shows fell into, and it seems like most of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonists fall into this 39 to 42 range. Yugi kicking off that range at the lower end with 39 duels. I don't have too much from an analytical point to say. I mean, he was obviously our main character, and just for the record, I counted all of Yugi's duels. So whether it was Little Yugi or the Pharaoh, I counted them and combined them. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Are we counting when they like duel each other? Like when they duel each other, does that count as 2? As 2 duels?
But I feel like they're one character. They're definitely one spirit. And so 5th place is Yugimoto. Coming in fourth is Yusei with 41 duels. So Yusei being the protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, he was just always around, whether it was for Team
the
5Ds,
protagonist.
whether it was the Crashtown arc, whether it was early on in 5Ds or during the Dark Signers arc. Like most protagonists, Yusei was just always around. And so him dueling 41 times, again, kind of that sweet spot. And he just misses the bronze medal by one duel. Coming in third, Yuya Sakaki with 42
Wow, I'm actually
duels. So
dude, I
Yuya-
wish I was saying like the order in my head, because I actually was predicting it in my head, but I didn't say it, so might as well didn't happen, right? But like I'm nailing this in my head without saying anything. I should be saying stuff.
just edges out Yusei for bronze on this list, and he is our third most dueling character ever in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! History. The Yuya duels definitely slowed down when the team went to Synchro, but very early on during the standard arc, Yuya had a lot of duels. He dueled in the first 4 duels. There was another stretch where he dueled for 5 episodes in a row, or 5 dueling episodes in a row.
Wow.
And then remember, after the Zark reset, which I'm not counting Zark as Yuya duels, by the way, Yuya dueled the final 5 duels. So at the very end, it was all Yuya, and it really was a mad sprint to just rack up the duels, and he just passed Yugi and Yusei because of that for third place. It's the opposite of what happened with Playmaker and Vrains, where he only had 1 duel, which was the finale, and those last 8 episodes, Yuya had 5 separate duels, and that really helped propel him to the number 3 spot. Number 2 is Yuma, who has dueled a total of 52 times. What's a little crazy about this stat is Zexal only had 80 total duels, so Yuma was part of 65% of the duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. That means if you pick a random 9 duels, Yuma was probably part of 6 of them. He was part of 2 of every 3 duels on average. This is actually the highest dueling percentage of any character ever. It even beats Judai, who is obviously number 1. Judai's total duel percentage is about 59, so he was involved in about 59% of the GX duels. But yeah, Yuma was involved in 65% of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal duels, and he's pretty comfortably ahead of all the other protagonists. And had Zexal had the same amount of duels as Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Yuma probably would be number 1 on the list. The only reason he's number 2 is because GX had 53 more duels than Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal did. So if it felt like Yuma was involved in a lot of the duels during Zexal's run, there is a statistical fact that backs that up. He has the highest duel involvement percentage out of any character in Yu-Gi-Oh! history. And finally, number 1 is Judai, who has dueled 78 times.
78?
I know that is ridiculous. It more than triples the amount of duels that Playmaker got. It doubles the amount of duels that Yugimoto had, that Yuga had. It almost doubles the amount of duels that Yusei and Yuya had.
No, you know what? I like Jaden, obviously, but it's like so weird that most of the, like, there were so many Jaded duels when there were so many cool characters, and we didn't have the chance to explore like all of the other characters, which I assume is the same thing that happened in Zexal, right? It will be very awesome to see other characters duel too. Bro needs to get a job and stop dueling so much, bruh.
Judai has so many duels in GX because GX had so many duels. It makes a lot of sense when you realize just how many duels the show had. I think what's more disturbing about this is not that Judai has such a big lead and will probably always hold the record. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's lasted 92 episodes. Judai had 78 duels, and most of those were probably 2-parters. Judai probably has more dueling episodes, his character alone, than Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's has episodes. That is an insane statistical fact. And what's crazy is, even though GX had so many duels, no other Yu-Gi-Oh! GX character makes the top 10. I'm going to be showing you guys the top 30, and now, yes, I might have missed a character or 2, but I think this list is pretty accurate. There are a lot of GX characters on this list, but a lot of them are in that middle range. You have Manjome, who ranks 12th, Johan, who ranks tied for 19th. You have Asuka and
Johan, Jesse, right? Had 10 duels? Okay. And he only appeared in the third season, so and I guess the fourth season too, but mainly the third season. Interesting.
And Edo, who both had 9 duels each, they ranked tied for 21st. And so there are a good amount of prominent GX characters on here that did get a good amount of duels, but none of them made the top 10. So yes, Judai had...
Ryo is sane. Oh, right. Ryo is sane. 12 duels, really? I feel like they were less than 12. Can I count them right now? I'm not even gonna try. Who is Oris? Oris wasn't the one from Brains, right? The guy, remember? Wait, it's here. It says here, right? Wait, Brains. Wait, what? Oh, it's from Sevens. Wait, what? From Sevens? What the hell? Edo is Aster, Asuka is Alexis. Wait, Asuka's in here? Oh, Asuka's here, 9 duels. Yeah. Wait, yeah, it's next to Edo.
Has a lot of duels because GX has a lot of duels, but you know, maybe you could have implemented having more duels by giving them to more characters. There's some other pretty interesting names on here. A good amount of Sevens characters showed up. Roa, Otis. I think Otis is the only villain that showed up. Gakuto, Roman. Vrains, you have Aoi slash, Blue Maiden, Blue Girl, Blue Angel, just cracking the list. You also have Soulburner and Revolver, pretty low as well. And again, Playmaker, I mean, I guess you could say Playmaker.
And I will assume a lot of those duels, of those GX duels were against Jaden. That's the funny thing about Ryo, right? About Sane. That Sane only had, like, if I remember correctly, 2 duels against Jaden, right? It's only 2 duels, right? And one where he won, and one that was like a draw, right? And those were in the first season. And then they never dueled again. How is he the main rival? He's not the main rival, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Baker barely made the top 10, which is just insane. And there are only, I believe, 4 girl characters that made this list. Those being Aoi, Aki, Asuka, and Roman. And Roman is currently the girl character that has the most amount of duels with 10 duels. We have never seen a girl character duel more than 10 times in a show. Will that change with Yuumu and Go Rush? It's very possible. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, these are the 30 most dueling characters ever in
Justice for Blue Girl.
All of Yu-Gi-Oh! History. And of course, we outlined and went a little bit in depth on the top 10 most dueling characters ever. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. I've done the most losingest characters. Yes, losingest is a word. Please look it up. I've done these shows that have the most duels. I've done a lot of fun, weird, wacky statistical videos. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying, and I'll have a bunch linked down below in case you need something to binge. Thank you guys all so much for your incredible support. I really hope you enjoyed the video. I'll talk to you down below in the comments. A special thank you to my Platinum tier patrons.
Thank you,
Panther J,
Patreons.
Blue Maiden 28, and Jarrett Buell.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Patreons. Sorry. Really cool video. Really awesome video. Thank you so much for recommending this. Now I get why so many people were recommending Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything videos. This seems very well-made video, and I like stats. I love stats. So yeah, this is the type of video that I want to see. Thank you so much. React to Yuma versus Yuya fan-made. I don't know about it right now. I want to watch another this type of video before, or like a short video, so that I can have something to post. What are the shortest duels? 2 turns? Well, there was one. The one Diffractorius was 1 turn. Awesome React Pepper Wens, VTuber, YouTuber. Thank you so much, Lunar Dross. Yeah, the videos are great. Yeah, these are, like, I feel like I would appreciate it more if I actually watched the series, which I want to, but you know how it is. It's happening, don't worry. Top 10 best girls in Yu-Gi-Oh! Bruh. Did you say this is the last one? I literally said that this was gonna be the last one, or maybe I will watch one more. That is literally what I said. Okay. Hello, El Cesar. Welcome, welcome. I'm not reading the comments. I'm looking at the recommended list. Ooh, there's one video. Archetype Archive Cyberdark. Ooh, I kinda want to watch that, but I shouldn't. Should I? No, it's too long. Okay, maybe I will watch that one. That's not up your alley. Wait, hold on. Let me check. Let me check the recommended list, because I feel like most like suggestions in the server are like super long videos. That's the thing. Those are like super long videos, so it's like hard to choose one to watch here. Wait. I got this. Chat, do you have a video that is less than 10 minutes that we can watch? At least Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything's beats for the most part are pretty short. Yeah, that's what I like. They like what's his name? Dylan? Like goes straight to the point and it's like very concise but informative. I do. Which one? Yeah, YouTube pushes long form really hard right now to try to win TV viewers. The longest are better. That's not my favorite type of videos. It's just like those are not the best for React. That's why I did a stream to react to a 2-hour long video. We watched a 2-hour long video. The reaction lasted like 3 hours. But I feel like it didn't do that well in terms of numbers. So we'll try that again in the future, don't worry. The MBT video I posted in the Discord is 11 minutes. The MBT video. Oh, but that's Duel Links. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. First of all, I already watched it. Second of all, I don't watch like Duel Links videos. That's why I watch it in my own time. All right. Just a cat with a mustache. That's a safe bet. 9 minutes. That's perfect, actually. Yeah. No, thank you, Joel. Joel. The thing is, like I don't know anything about Duel Links, so when I watch a video that is like about Duel Links, I'm lost. That's the same way when I don't watch like the Crispy Applesauce videos on stream. I love Crispy Applesauce, obviously, right? This is one of my favorite like YouTubers, but like it doesn't like make a good reaction for me because I don't know about Magic, right? And I'm just when Magic comes up, I'm just sitting there, right? I'm listening, I'm understanding, I'm learning, but I don't know what to say, right? Because it's not my thing, sadly. Crispy Applesauce videos too hard to understand. I mean, for me, yeah, because I don't know much about Magic. I'm just sitting there. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Yeah. Do the video that has the monster that have the most attack points. Wait, put it in the server. I didn't see that. I am the orb of confusion. I like these top 10 videos that could have been main ace. Okay, we have video for next time. Right now, let's watch this one. Let's just watch this one. I feel like that's the best. Okay. I'm testing the volume.
See what we got here.
Alright, I think this is perfect. What? What? What a 2024 experience. Let's watch. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I don't know what is. What?
What the? Rejoice all players. We have a new support.
The what players? Wait, is what the archetype? I've never heard of it. What? Dude, what is going on? Hold on. Wait, what? It's adjusting the quality for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. What is Tenpai but based?
Take a look. Damn. I'm gonna teach you, old man.
What? Oh, don't you love it when you have triple tactics in your hand, triple tactic talents, and your opponent, you're just waiting for your opponent to ash.
Now we have nothing left. All that remains is to lock in.
What Cobra? What Tuna? Does the audio sound kinda weird to you? The audio track is in English. Auto-dubbed. The original is in Portuguese? That's why the audio sounds weird. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, now it sounds correct. Okay, that was weird. I thought it was my headset. But okay.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Cards cannot be added. Yeah.
Nano machine, son.
What Cobra? Is that what they do? Attack directly? Is that it?
Why are you running?
Oof, oof. Castira Grind Simulator. Oh, my favorite Sangrira. Oh, my favorite Rise Hard. And Unicorn. Ah, we love to see that. Dude, this is the most relatable thing ever. It's like you don't know what happened, you have to read. Once per turn.
Damn, Jimmy. This is pot of greed, huh?
Silence, Metaship. Oh my god. Not the live twins. Oh.
Hands up! Fight!
Giraffe says your opponent can't activate anything after it attacks. What? Why no one plays that? That sounds good. Primal Tenpai Dragon. Keep Hoshiningen. Oh boy. It's just all light monsters. That's so funny.
It's not you. It's us.
Miss Lethal because of that. Oh no. What's the effect?
Double Nibiru no Jutsu.
Second Nibiru.
Not again.
Whoops. Oh, and Typhon. Huge. Oh, what a hand! Did you see that hand? Did you see that hand? I love this. This is a going second hand, right? Oh, that's so beautiful. This hand is so beautiful. Oh.
You bastard! Hold up.
What?
Remember now.
What shenanigan?
Baba.
What is going on?
Huh? Nope. 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 Yeah.
Rust? Dude, I love this. I love this. This is like barely anything for that, and it's just what makes it funny. It's just there. Gonna negate the effect. Okay. Oh, he's playing Pablo's deck. Oh. Okay.
Looks stunning.
Oh, really?
Dude, I love the sounds. Are so I don't know. What cube?
Loosed it.
I've seen that card. Salamangreat. Okay. But how do they just keep attacking? What is this? Eh?
Context. This continuous spell will prevent your opponent's monsters from being activated while in the same column as a Watt monster or this card upon summoning. So,
You didn't read.
Huh? No, this is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my
Oh my.
Here I come.
Is it the Thunder Tenpai Pepper?
No.
They do the same thing, but they can attack directly. It just keeps happening. The worst part is there is space in the other side. Oh. Very cool deck. How many? Ah! Wait, how many URs? Wait, what? There is no URs. Oh, it's the synchros are URs. Okay. Hmm. The extra deck is your. Okay, this is doable actually. I can play this, I think. Jubel. What is this? Ah, Colossus, right? Is it Colossus? Colossal? I don't remember the name. More attack. My lefty lower that roundabout. Yeah. Really cool. Yeah, Colossus. Colossus, okay. So the Watts are What Chimera and What Hydra, okay. And the other is What Kyuki? What Kyuki? Okay. So it's 4 URs that we will need to craft for this. Yeah, I could play some really budget friendly decks. His masterpiece deck is legit 1 UR. Wow. 3 maxis. Oh, this is old, dude. This is old. Well, that's a like. I really like it. Thank you so much for recommending it. I didn't know about this video. I have never heard of What before. I have never heard of What. So yeah, really awesome. Thank you everyone. No more Baguska. Oh yeah, also no Baguska. I find it funny that there is only one super polymerization. That you can have many. Usually you run many, right? Because otherwise, why do you have so many things in your extra deck? Anyways, chat, that was a very fun stream. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I will see you all on Thursday. I have to take this Tuesday and Wednesday to work, so that I'm free on Thursday and we can have a replay review stream, and on Friday we can have our stream, our kitchen table duels. If you haven't submitted yours, you are still on time. You can still submit your stuff. I'm gonna be reviewing decks that are weird and unusual. So yeah. And I will gonna be rating them, and I will probably build some of them maybe in the future. They will give me some ideas. So yeah, thank you everyone. And I'm, if not a masterpiece, mostly relying on floodgates. I'd play that. Maybe I can play with Argo Stars. Floodgates. I sent my kitchen table deck already, waiting for Friday to see what you think. Thank you, Jabs. Thank you, I really appreciate it. So yeah, I will see you next time, everyone. Oh wait, you know what I realized? We can raid now. We can raid. How do I raid? Hold on. Do you wanna raid? How to raid in YouTube. How to use live redirect. Redirect your live viewers. Go to YouTube Studio, click Content tab. Content tab. Go to Live tab. Hover over Edit. Click Customization. Under redirect, click Add. Redirect, add. Choose a premiere or search another channel's live stream to redirect to. I can only choose my videos or search video from other channels. Not for... Redirect allows you to keep viewers engaged across multiple events. Add a live stream premiere to watch after yours ends. How do I just video from our channels? What do I look up? Content from my subscription. So no one that I'm subscribed to is streaming right now. Interesting. I have to be subscribed to them. Okay, time to subscribe to our YouTubers. Masterduel? Am I the only person playing Masterduel right now? Everything is upcoming. Wait, someone is playing Nouvelle? Oh, it's a schedule. Wait, what? Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see if the raid works. Alright, chat. Oh, you took a raid now? That's cool. I've been like that for a while. I hope it works. I don't know. Let me know in the Discord server if it works. So yeah, thank you everyone. See you next time. Bye bye.